Pollution is colonialism. Max Liboiron. Introduction. In 1956, Lloyd Stauffer, the editor of the U.S. magazine Modern Packaging, addressed attendees at the Society of the Plastics Industry meeting in New York City. The future of plastics is in the trash can. It is time for the plastics industry to stop thinking about reuse packages and concentrate on single use. For the package that is used once and thrown away, like a tin can or a paper carton, represents not a one-shot market for a few thousand units, but an everyday recurring market measured by the billions of units. One Stauffer was speaking at a time when reuse, making do, and thrift were key practices reinforced by 2 U.S. wars. Consumer markets were saturating. Disposability was one tactic within a suite of efforts to move goods through, rather than merely into, consumer households. Today, packaging is the single largest category of plastic production, AC. Counting for nearly 40% of plastic production in Europe, 3 and 33% in Canada. 4 the next largest categories are building and construction, at just over 20%, and automotive at 8%. 5 Stauffer's desire looks like prophecy. Spoiler, it isn't. It's colonialism, but more on that in a moment. Before Stauffer's call for disposability and before German and US military powers invested significant finances and research infrastructure into perfecting plastics as a wartime material in the 1940s, plastic was described as an environmental good. 6 Mimicking first ivory and then other animal-based materials such as shellac and tortoise shell, plastic was an artisan substance that showcased technological ingenuity and skill while providing the elephant, the tortoise, and the coral insect a respite in their native haunts. It will no longer be necessary to ransack the earth in pursuit of substances which are constantly growing scarcer. 7 The idea of disposability and mass production for plastics is relatively new, developing half a century after plastics were invented. Most plastic production graphs start their timelines after 1950, ignoring the 19th and early 20th century histories of plastics since these materials did not exist as the mass-produced substances we know today. 8 Plastics have been otherwise. In 1960, only 4 years after Stauffer's address, a British ornithology journal published an account of the confounding discovery of a rubber band in a puffin's stomach. 9 It would be among the first of hundreds of published reports of wildlife ingesting plastics, including the ones I publish as an environmental scientist. How did plastics become such a ubiquitous pollutant? There are questions that should precede that question. What do you mean by pollutant? How did pollutants come to make sense in the first place? It turns out that the concept of environmental pollution as we understand it today is also new. Only 20 years before Stauffer launched the future of plastics into the trash can, the now dominant and even standard understanding of modern environmental pollution was articulated on the Ohio River. 2 engineers in the brand new field of sanitation engineering named Earl B. Phelps and H. W. Streeter, both unmarked, created a scientific and mathematical model of the conditions and rates under which water, or at least that bit of the Ohio River, could purify itself of organic pollutants. 11 After running tests that accounted for different temperatures, velocities of water, concentrations of pollutants, and other variables, they wrote that self-purification is a measurable phenomenon governed by definite laws and proceeding according to certain fundamental physical and biochemical reactions. Because of the fundamental character of these reactions and laws, it is fairly evident that the principles underlying the phenomenon of self-purification as a whole are applicable to virtually all polluted streams. 12 The Streeter-Phelps equation, as it came to be known, not only became a hallmark of water pollution science and regulation but also contained within it their theory of pollution, that a moment existed when water could not purify itself and that moment could be measured, predicted, and properly called pollution. Self-purification became known as assimilative capacity, 13 a term of art. In both environmental science and policy making that refers to the amount of waste material that may be discharged into a receiving water without causing deleterious ecological effects. 14 state-based environmental regulations in most of the world since the 1930s are premised on the logic of assimilative capacity, in which a body water, human, or otherwise can handle a certain amount of contaminant before scientifically detectable harm occurs. I call this the threshold theory of pollution. Plastics do not assimilate in the way that Streeter and Phelps's organic pollution assimilated in the Ohio River. As I pull little pieces of burned plastic out of a Dovecchi 15 gizzard in my marine science lab, the Civic Laboratory for Environmental Action Research, CLEAR, the threshold theory of pollution and the future of plastics as waste look like bad relations. I don't mean the individualized bad relations of littering, which does not produce much waste compared to other flows of plastic into the ocean, especially here in Newfoundland and Labrador, a land of fishing gear and untreated sewage, or the bad relations of capitalism where growth and profit are put before environmental costs, though those are certainly horrible relations. I mean the bad relations of a scientific theory that allows some amount of pollution to occur and its accompanying entitlement to land to assimilate that pollution. 16. I mean colonialism. The structures that allow plastics' global distribution and full integration into ecosystems and everyday human lives are based on colonial land relations, the assumed access by settler and colonial projects to indigenous lands for settler and colonial goals. At the same time, the ways in which plastics pollute unevenly, do not follow threshold theories of harm, and act as both hosts for life and sources of harm have made plastics an ideal case to change dominant colonial concepts of pollution by teaching us about relations and obligations that tend to be obfuscated from view by environmental rhetoric and industrial infrastructures. In CLEAR, we place land relations at the center 17 of our knowledge production as we monitor plastic pollution in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. As members of a marine science lab, we are dedicated to doing science differently by foregrounding anti-colonial land relations. This requires critique, but mostly it requires action. 18. We've stopped using toxic chemicals to process samples, which means there is a whole realm of analysis we can't do. We also use judgmental sampling rather than random sampling in our study designed to foreground food sovereignty when we look at plastics in food webs. CLEAR does good with pollution, in practice, in place. But CLEAR is not unique. Land relations always already play a central role in all sciences, anti-colonial and otherwise. I find that many people understand colonialism as a monolithic structure with roots exclusively in historical bad action, rather than as a set of contemporary and evolving land relations that can be maintained by good intentions and even good deeds. The call for more recycling, for example, still assumes access to indigenous land for recycling centers and their pollution. Other people have nuanced understandings of colonialism and seek ways to deal with colonial structures in their everyday lives and research, often in spaces like the academy that reproduce colonialism in uneven ways. This book is for both groups, and others besides. Overall, this is a methodological text that begins with colonial land relations, so that we can recognize them in familiar and comfortable places, like reading, like counting, and then considers anti-colonial methods that center and change colonial land relations in thought and action. I make three main arguments in this book. First, pollution is not a manifestation or side effect of colonialism but is rather an enactment of ongoing colonial relations to land. 19. That is, pollution is best understood as the violence of Colorado Nile land relations rather than environmental damage, which is a symptom of violence. These colonial relations are reproduced through even well-intentioned environmental science and activism. Second, there are ways to do pollution action, particularly environmental science, through different land relations, and they're already happening without waiting for the decolonial horizon to appear. These methods are specific, place-based, and attend to obligations. Third, I show how methodologies, whether scientific, writerly, readerly, or otherwise, are always already part of land relations and thus are a key site in which to enact good relations, sometimes called ethics. This last point should carry to a variety of contexts that do not focus on either pollution or the natural sciences. I use the case of plastics, increasingly understood as an environmental scourge and something to be annihilated, to refute and refuse the colonial in a good way. That is, I try to keep plastics and pollution from being conflated too readily, instead decoupling them so existing and potential relations can come to light that exceed the popular position of plastics are bad. Even though plastics are often bad. To start, let's dig into colonialism. Spoiler, it is not synonymous with bad in general, though it is certainly bad. Colonialism. Stauffer, Streeter, and Phelps all assumed access to indigenous land when they made their proclamations. Stauffer's declaration about the future of plastics as disposables assumed that household waste would be picked up and taken to landfills or recycling plants that allowed plastic disposables to go away. 20. Without this infrastructural access to indigenous land, there is no disposability. 21. He assumed that land would provide a sink, a place to store waste, so that profits could be generated through flows of waste as consumer goods. This assumption is made easier when the land has already been cleared of indigenous peoples via genocide, moves to reserves, and ongoing disappearances such as those catalogued under MiG-22 statistics. Streeter and Phelps likewise assumed access to indigenous land, though they were not capitalists dedicated to growth and profit. On the contrary, Phelps was a bold environmental conservationist. Unlike his contemporaries, he believed polluted rivers could and should be saved from, rather than abandoned to, industrial pollution by using science to keep the pollution below a threshold from which the rivers could recover. 23. But his theory of cell purification cum assimilative capacity also assumed access to indigenous land. Phelps not only accessed indigenous land along the Ohio River to do his science, he also routinized state access by advocating for all rivers on all lands to be governed carefully. Precisely, as proper sinks for pollution. Whether motivated by profit and growth or environmental conservation, both approaches to waste and wasting are premised on an assumed entitlement to indigenous land. That's colonialism. While there are different types of colonialism: settler colonialism, extractive colonialism, internal colonialism, external colonialism, neo-imperialism, they have some things in common. Colonialism is a way to describe relationships characterized by conquest and genocide that grant colonialists and settlers ongoing state access to land and resources that contradictorily provide the material and spiritual sustenance of indigenous societies on the one hand, and the foundation of colonial state formation, settlement, and capitalist development on the other. 24. Colonialism is more than the intent, identities, heritages, and values of settlers and their ancestors. It's about genocide and access. 25. Emphasizing the role of access to indigenous land for colonialism, Edward said, Palestinian, 26 writes, to think about distant places, to colonize them, to populate or depopulate them, all of this occurs on, about, or because of land. The actual geographical possession of land is what empire in the final analysis is all about. At the moment when a coincidence occurs between real control and power, the idea of what a given place was, could be, might become, and an actual place at that moment, the struggle for empire is launched. This coincidence is the logic both for Westerners taking possession of land and, during decolonization, for resisting natives reclaiming it. 27. Let's take a moment to focus on that bit about Westerners. Western culture, the heritage of social norms, beliefs, ethical values, political systems, epistemologies, technologies, and legal structures and traditions heavily influenced by various forms of Christianity and Judaism that have some origin in ancient Greece and which heavily influenced societies in Europe and beyond, is not synonymous with colonialism. Western culture certainly has its imperialistic and colonial impulses, histories, and ideas of what is good and right, but these are different things from colonialism. When I hear a researcher ask, isn't doing research ethics paperwork colonial, they are conflating Western and colonial. Remember, treaties are paperwork. If paperwork is used to possess land and secure settler and colonial futures, then, yes, it's colonial. But there is also anti-colonial, Western-style paperwork that accomplishes the opposite, like the forms required by indigenous research ethics boards. Colonialism, first, foremost, and always, is about land, including the circumvention of ethics paperwork so researchers can have unfettered and unaccountable access to field sites, aka homelands, archives, samples, and data. 28. The focus on land, what it could be, what it might become, what it is for, does not always mean accessing land as property for settlement, though it often does. It can also mean access to land-based cultural designs and culturally appropriated symbols for fashion. It can mean access to indigenous land for scientific research. It can mean using land as a resource, a practice that may generate pollution through pipelines, landfills, and recycling plants, or as a sink to store or process waste. It can mean imagining a clean, healthy, and pollution-free future and conducting beach cleanups on indigenous land without permission or consent. It means imagining things for land in ways that align with colonial and settler goals, even when those goals are well-intentioned. Especially when they are well-intentioned. Which means it's time to talk about environmentalism. Environmentalism does not usually address colonialism and often reproduces it. Philosopher Kyle White, Potawatomi, 29. Dina Gilio Whitaker, Colville Confederated Tribes, 30, and many others, 31, have pointed out that environmental solutions to pollution such as hydroelectric dams, 32, consumer responsibility, and appeals to the commons, 33, assume access to indigenous land and its ability to produce value for settler and colonial desires and futures. Environmentalism often propagates and maintains the dispossession of indigenous peoples for the common good of the world. 34. For example, in September 2015, a US-based environmental NGO called the Ocean Conservancy released a report looking for solutions to marine plastic pollution that recommended that countries in Southeast Asia work with foreign-funded industries to build incinerators to burn plastic waste. 35. This recommendation follows a long line of colonial acts in the name of plastics, from accessing indigenous land to extracting oil and gas, and occasionally corn, for feedstock, to producing disposable plastics that use land to store, contain, and assimilate the waste, to pointing the finger at local foreign and indigenous peoples for mismanaging waste imported from industrial and colonial centers, and then gaining access to that land to solve their uncivilized approach to waste, mismanagement. 36. This is not to say that the Ocean Conservancy is evil, or even aware of its colonial mindset. Colonialism doesn't come from asshat goons, though it certainly has a large share of such agents. Colonial land relations are inherited as common sense, even as good ideas. 37. Many environmental historians have shifted their understanding of the origins of environmentalism well before Back to the Land and Save the access to land movements of the 1960s and 1970s. Instead, they highlight earlier imperial archiving, cultivation, and control measures necessary for the flourishing of empire around the globe, both within and outside of what is lately called North America. 38. They argue that the colonial scientists who attempted to mitigate and halt environmental destruction in colonies so that the colonies might flourish are the pioneers of modern environmentalism. 39. Where environmentalism is police action, inseparable from Western conceptions and attitudes. 40. Of how to best organize and govern land, more on this in Chapter 1. The way that environmental crises and their solutions maintain rather than change existing power structures is central to the scholarship of anthropologist Joseph Masco, settler, who points out that crisis, environmental and otherwise, has become a counter-revolutionary idiom in the 21st century, a means of stabilizing an existing condition rather than minimizing forms of violence across militarisms, economy, and the environment. 41. Rather than using crisis as a relational model that puts certain things beyond dispute in the imperative to act at all costs, I focus on colonial land relations within environmental narratives and action as a way to acknowledge and address this usually unmarked power dynamic. To change colonial land relations and enact other types of land relations requires specificity. This is so we don't accidentally think that the opposite of colonialism is environmentalism or, similarly, that we don't conflate colonialism with other forms of extraction, such as capitalism. Colonialism and capitalism might be happy bedfellows and indeed long-time lovers, but they are not the same thing. Political economist Karl Marx, unmarked, argues that primitive accumulation, the stealing of land, is foundational to the possibility of capitalism. It's how someone gets more capital than someone else in the first place, which you need to jumpstart a system where only a few people own the means of production. 42. You can't make and hoard capital without stealing land first. We have case studies of how aspects of capitalist production and technologies allow specific forms of colonialism and dispossession to take root and spread. 43. Likewise, excellent research describes the sweet trifecta of capitalism, colonialism, and pollution. The treadmill of industrial and capitalist production is ever in need of more land to contain its pollution. 44. Leading to the argument that contamination and resource dispossession are necessary and inherent factors of capitalism. 45. Yet colonial quests for land are different than capitalist goals for capital, even if pollution has a role in attaining each goal. Socio-economic systems other than capitalism also create environmental pollution and waste. 46. But what is more important for understanding the relationship between capitalism and colonialism is that many different economic systems depend on access to indigenous land. As Sandy Grande, Quechua, has argued, both Marxists and capitalists view land and natural resources as commodities to be exploited, in the first instance, by capitalists for personal gain, and in the second by Marxists for the good of all. 47. Eve Tuck, Unangax, and Wayne Yang, diaspora settler of color, have pointed out, socialist and communist empires have also been settler empires, example Chinese colonialism in Tibet. 48. Colonialism is not one kind of thing with one set of techniques that always align with capitalism. Marxism, socialism, anti-capitalism, capitalism, and other economic systems can, though certainly don't have to, enact colonial relations to land as a usable resource that produces value for settler and colonizer goals, regardless of how and by whom that value is produced. Colonialism, capitalism, and environmentalism do not have settled relationships or forms. 49. For instance, colonialist states and powers have at times sided with environmental conservation over capitalist gains. Historians have documented how, as Richard Grove, unmarked, puts it, paradoxically, the colonial state in its pioneering conservationist role provided a forum for controls on the unhindered operations of capital for short-term gain which, it might be argued, brought about a contradiction to what is normally supposed to have made up the common currency of imperial expansion. Ultimately, the long-term security of the state, which any ecological crisis threatened to undermine, counted for far more than the interests of private capital bent on the destruction of the environment. 50. To make capitalism and colonialism synonymous, or to conflate environmentalism and anti-colonialism, misses these complex relations. Because of this nuance and its repercussions for political action, political scientist Glenn Coulthard, Yellowknives Dean, has called for scholars to shift their analysis away from capitalist relations, production, proletarianization, to colonial relations, dispossession, land acquisition, access to land like capital, colonialism, as a structure of domination predicated on dispossession, is not a thing, but rather the sum effect of the diversity of interlocking oppressive social relations that constitute it. When stated this way, it should be clear that shifting our position to highlight the ongoing effects of colonial dispossession in no way displaces questions of distributive justice or class struggle, rather, it simply situates these questions more firmly alongside and in relation to the other sites and relations of power that inform our settler colonial present. 51. Conflating colonialism with capitalism misses crucial relations, which Coulthard argues include white supremacy and patriarchy. Aileen Moreton Robinson, Jinpul, Quandamuka First Nation, has shown that it misses racial formations and racism. 52. For thinkers such as Tuck and Yang, the homogenization of various experiences of oppression as colonialism, that is, conflating imperialism, racism, capitalism, exclusion, and general bad behavior with colonialism accomplishes a form of enclosure, dangerous in how it domesticates decolonization. It is also a foreclosure, limiting in how it recapitulates dominant theories of social change. 53. Differentiation and specificity matter to ensure that actions address problems, and the conflation of colonialism with other ills ensures the erasure of horizons of meaningful action that can attend specifically to assumed settler and colonial entitlement and access to land. In the case of pollution, a focus on capitalism misses relations that make land available for pollution in the first place. It can miss the necessary place of stolen land in colonizers' and settlers' ability to create sinks for pollution, as well as stolen land's place in alternative economies, via communal commons, and environmental conservation, via methyl mercury producing hydroelectric dams. Pollution, scientific ways to know pollution, and actions to mitigate pollution are not examples of, symptoms or metaphors for, or unintentional byproducts of colonialism, but rather are essential parts of the interlocking logics, brain, mechanisms, hands and teeth, and structures, heart and bones, of colonialism that allow colonialism to produce and reproduce its effects in Canada, the United States, and beyond. 54. Colonialism is not just about taking land, though it certainly includes taking land. Stealing is a manifestation, a symptom, a mechanism, and even a goal of colonialism. But those are the teeth of colonialism, and I want to look at its bones. Stealing land and dispossessing people are events with temporal edges, but ongoing land theft requires maintenance and infrastructure. 55. That are not as discrete, given that colonization is a continuing process, not simply a historical event. 56. Colonialism is a set of specific, structured, interlocking, and overlapping relations that allow these events to occur, make sense, and even seem right, to some. 57. I will argue throughout this text that these relations, their types, durations, effects, and maintenance are also enacted by pollution and pollution science. Otherwise, and alter lives. When I first began researching plastic pollution around 2008, I thought that plastics had the immense potential to blow concepts of pollution out of the water. 58. Since they defy so many scientific and popular truisms. You can't clean up plastics because they exist in geological time, and cleaning just shuffles them in space as they endure in time. 59. You can't recycle them out of the way, because it means ever more will be produced. 60. And there is no way at any rate. 61. Many of the chemicals associated with plastics, called endocrine disruptors, defy thresholds and exceed the adage that the danger is in the dose or the solution to pollution is dilution, because they cause harm at trace quantities already present in the environment and bodies. 62. Plastics and their chemicals defy containment, a hallmark approach to industrial waste management, as they blow, flow, and off gas so that their pollutants are ubiquitous in every environment tested. 63. Last but hardly least, their long temporality means their future effects are largely unknown. 64. Making uncertain the guarantee of settler futures. I thought these traits would provide pollution science and activism with the case they needed to move beyond thresholds of allowable harm, beyond disposability, and beyond the access to land that both thresholds and a way require. 65. But despite considerable and sustained public, scientific, and policy attention to plastic pollution, most pollution science and activism have not shifted this way, with a few notable exceptions. 66. As feminist scholar Susan Lee Starr, Unmarked, reminds us, it might have been otherwise. 67. In fact, it has been. There are and have been other definitions of and relations to pollution. Not all pollution is colonial, but the idea of modern environmental pollution. 68. Certainly is, more on this in Chapter 1. Before the threshold model of pollution pioneered 69 by Streeter and Phelps, there were many definitions of pollution that shared a more prohibitive and normative slant. The English word pollution comes from the Latin pollutionum, meaning defilement or desecration. The earliest recorded uses in the mid-14th century refer to the discharge of semen other than during sex. 70. This may seem like a brilliant idea, but in the Christian Middle Ages extracoital dissemination was written up as an act of desecration, an interruption of the true and right path for semen. Pollution was, and still is, about naming a deviation from the good and true path of things, good relations manifested in the material. Though it wasn't until 1860 that the term pollution was recorded in the sense of environmental contamination. 71. The morality and ideas of good and right paths for contaminants remain a key aspect of understanding pollution today. These moral overtones still circulate in environmental science even while we scientists argue that we are measuring wayward particles rather than immoral acts. 72. Both pollution and plastics have been otherwise, with different and varied interpretations and enactments. The stakes of my research are to open up plastics and pollution so that they are otherwise, yet related, once more, and still. By denaturalizing and demythologizing pollution in general and plastics in particular, I aim to make, more, apparent their ongoing relationships to maintaining colonial land relations as well as to anti-colonial land relations. That way, when we want to do scientific and or activist work that does not reproduce colonial land relations, we know where we stand and what we mean. As such, my orientation for this book is a specific enactment of a particular otherwise. Following Michelle Murphy's concept of alter life, I seek words, protocols, and methods that might honor the inseparability of bodies and land, and at the same time grapple with the expansive chemical relations of settler colonialism that entangle life forms in each other's accumulations, conditions, possibilities, and miseries. 73. When I am taking plastics out of birds' gizzards one by one with tweezers, I am searching for these words, protocols, and methods as a scientist. I want to know whether or how to use an available threshold-based measurement in plastic pollution research, called the EcoQO, when I don't think threshold models are in good relation yet know that the measurement is one of the few effective for policy. I think about how my colleague got this bird to begin with. Was it in good relations, or did it assume entitlement to land? Whose water am I using to clean these plastics, anyhow? And, most importantly, when Murphy writes, the concept of alter life is offered as a way of approaching the politics of relations in solidarity with the vast labor of anti-racist and decolonial reproductive and environmental justice activism, as well as indigenous survivance and resurgence. 74. The methodological question is, how do I get to a place where these relations are properly scientific, rather than questions that fall outside of science, the same way ethics sections are tacked on at the end of a science textbook? How do I, as a scientist, make alter lives and good land relations integral to dominant scientific practice? There is no terra nullius for this work. Western science has long been identified as a practice that assumes mastery over nature, reproduces the doctrine of discovery, revels in exploration and appropriation of indigenous land, and is invested in a rigorous self-portraiture. 75. In which valid scientific knowledge is created only by proper European subjects. 76. It's also pretty sexist. But dominant science. 77 is my terrain. At CLEAR, we use science against science, understanding that science is always already fucked up, which means that our work is always compromised, a concept I explain more in Chapter 3. To imagine a clean slate from which to start our anti-colonial science is to subscribe to terra nullius, the colonizer's dream, described by feminist scholar Rowan Connell, settler, as a sinister presupposition for social science. It is invoked every time we try to theorize the formation of social institutions and systems from scratch, in a blank space. Whenever we see the words building block in a treatise of social theory, we should be asking who used to occupy the land. 78. Research and change-making, scientific or otherwise, are always caught up in the contradictions, injustices, and structures that already exist, that we have already identified as violent and in need of change. 79. This text is about maneuvering within this complex and compromised terrain. This compromise of doing both indigenous and anti-colonial work in science and academia. 80 is something that many indigenous thinkers contend with when they enter academia. 81. CLEAR member Edward Allen, K. Blunangajuk, opens his doctoral comprehensive exam with the following words: "The Academy will have to embrace wholesale change in what it qualifies as legitimate knowledge production and pedagogy if it is to capture any indigenous knowledges in any meaningful way." 82 Until the hurdles are cleared, I will continue to write as if footed in both worlds. This with optimism of at least some small piece of the original story being heard, to imitate my elders, and my occasional Western teacher, who speak from the heart and exercise compassion when faced with shortcomings, as has been done repeatedly for me, and to reluctantly trade the risk of harm for any opportunity to contribute to change from the inside. But, in the short list of things I claim to grasp, I am confident that you cannot come to a full understanding of indigenous concepts of relationality in this written format, even if I were to produce here the best academic paper ever written. 83 These existing terrains are the fertile, toxic grounds. 84 For alter life, a politics of non-deferral that is a commitment to act now. But this politics of non-deferral is not driven by the logic of the emergency, the scale of the planetary, or the container of the nation-state. It is a politics of non-deferral interested in the humbleness of right here, in the scale of communities, and in the intimacies of relation. Alter life is a challenge to invent, revive, and sustain decolonizing possibilities and persistences right now as we are, forged in non-innocence, learning from and in collaboration with past and present projects of residence and resurgence. 85 Let's begin. Differences and obligations. Different groups have different roles in alter lives, reconciliation, decolonization, indigenization, and anti-colonial work. An ongoing issue at CLEAR, which includes indigenous people, local and come-from-away settlers, as well as those who are neither indigenous nor settler, such as international students from Nigeria. 86 is how to take up science that enacts good land relations without appropriating indigenous land relations if they aren't yours, including when they belong to a different indigenous group. I keep talking about specificity. Here, I think of specificity as a methodology of nuanced connection and humility. 87. Rather than as a way to substantiate uniqueness. Anthropologist Tim Choi's, unmarked, work is exemplary for showing how specificity, when used methodologically, has varied political allegiances and outcomes, from speciesism to state autonomy. 88 Rather than mobilize specificity and particularism for categorization, I want to call attention to their ability to situate differences that matter to political action. 89. Problems, theories, and methods of we. The joke was old even before it appeared in print. The Lone Ranger and Tonto find themselves surrounded by hostile Indians. The Ranger asks Tonto, "What are we going to do, Tonto?" To which Tonto replies, "What do you mean we, white man, or paleface, or Kemo-Sabe, depending on the version." Its racist ancestry is undeniable. The joke partly evokes the picture of a feckless subordinate who will treacherously abandon his superior at the first sign of trouble, usually with the ethnic or social group to which the subordinate belongs. But even before 1956, ancient variants of the joke were meant to deflate the condescension of individuals who used the royal we, and the insulting presumption of people who assumed, for their own purposes, what they had no business assuming. 90. We is rife with such assumptions. A familiar, naturalized narrative about environmental pollution is that we are causing it. We are trashing the planet. Humans are inherently greedy, or wasteful, or addicted to convenience, or naturally self-maximizing, and are downright tragic when it comes to the commons. On the other side of the coin, we must rise up, work together, refuse plastic straws, act collectively, and put aside our differences. I'm not going to dwell on how we erases difference and power relations, or how it makes a glossy theory of change that doesn't allow specific responsibility. 91 Here, I want to focus on responsibility, the obligation to enact good relations as scientists, scholars, readers, and to account for our relations when they are not good. And you can't have obligation without specificity. We isn't specific enough for obligation. You know this: an elder daughter has different obligations than a mail carrier, and you have different obligations to your elder daughter than to the mail carrier. DuPont has different obligations to plastic pollution than someone with a disability who uses a straw to drink. Even though I'm sure you've heard that everything is related in many indigenous cosmologies, this doesn't mean there is a cosmic similitude of relations. You are not obliged to all things the same way. 92 Hence there is a need for specificity when talking about relations. There can be solidarity without a we. There must be solidarity without a universal we. The absence of we and the acknowledgement of many we's, including those to which you/I/we do not belong 93, is imperative for good relations in solidarity against ongoing colonialism and allows cooperation with the incommensurabilities of different worlds, values, and obligations. There are guidebooks to doing careful, specific solidarity work across difference. 94 Indigenous Science and Technology Studies, STS, scholar Kim Tallbear has written about standing with as a methodological approach to doing research in good relation. In her work, she writes that she had to find a way to study bioscientists, whose work has profound implications for indigenous peoples, in a way in which I could stand more within their community, rather than critiquing them from a place of confrontation and not carrying an approach that she argues is bad feminist practice. She now moves towards faithful knowledges, towards co-constituting my own knowledge in concert with the acts and claims of those who I inquire among. 95 Indigenous peoples, settlers, and others have different roles and responsibilities in the challenge to invent, revive, and sustain decolonizing possibilities and persistences. 96 Rather than fixing or saving one another, giving back, 97 or assuming that ongoing colonial land relations only harm indigenous people, within the condition of alter life the potential for political kinship and alter relations comes out of the recognition of connected, though profoundly uneven and often complicit, imbrications in the systems that distribute violence. 98 This is investment without assumed access to our subjects and areas of research. These politics are why we call CLEAR an anti-colonial lab rather than a decolonial lab. I follow collaborators Tuck and Yang when they argue that decolonization doesn't have a synonym. 99 They write that decolonization means repatriating land to sovereign native tribes and nations, abolition of slavery in its contemporary forms, and the dismantling of the imperial metropole. Decolonization is not equivocal to other anti-colonial struggles. 100 It means other things, too, since there are many colonizations and thus many decolonizations, but my dedication to this meaning comes largely from being an academic, where the verb decolonize is frequently invoked as something that you do to university courses, syllabi, 101 panels, and other academic nouns. 102 Yet in the face of all this decolonization, colonial land relations remain securely in place. Appropriating terms of indigenous survivance and resurgence, like decolonization, is colonial. If we've been working together in this text up until now, I hope you can see the relationship of such a promiscuous use of decolonization with the definitions of colonialism above. It means settler and colonial access to indigenous land, concepts, like decolonization and indigenization, and life worlds to advance settler and colonial goals, even if they are benevolent ones. Especially benevolent ones. Probably not what is intended. This also means CLEAR, as a lab, does not claim to do indigenous science. Indigenous science refers to science done by and for indigenous people within indigenous cosmologies. Botanist Robin Wall Kimmerer's Potawatomi, Braiding Sweetgrass, where she narrates botany through Potawatomi traditions and teachings, is an example of doing indigenous science in academia. 103 I believe most indigenous science is done outside of academia and we will never hear about it. While some indigenous members of CLEAR certainly engage in indigenous science the way Kimmerer does, it isn't available to all lab members nor should it be. Likewise, CLEAR's indigenous lab membership also engages in decolonization based on diverse understandings and reclamations of land relations, but this also isn't available to all CLEAR members or to all readers. Indigenous peoples do, use, and refuse Western and indigenous sciences along a rich spectrum, but CLEAR is not primarily an indigenous science lab. As director of CLEAR, I identify our space as an anti-colonial lab, where anti-colonial methods in science are characterized by how they do not reproduce settler and colonial entitlement to land and indigenous cultures, concepts, knowledges, including traditional knowledge, and life worlds. An anti-colonial lab does not foreground settler and colonial goals. There are many ways to do anti-colonial science. In addition to indigenous sciences, there are, for example, also queer, feminist, Afrofuturist, and spiritual land relations that are anti-colonial. Anti-colonial here is meant to describe the diversity of work, positionalities, and obligations that let us stand with one another as we pursue good land relations, broadly defined. Plastics specificity. Let's bring the idea of specificity and obligation into plastics. The term plastic refers to many types of polymers with many associated industrial chemicals. Plastic pollution scientist Chelsea Rokeman and colleagues have written about how treating all plastics as one type of thing has led to simplified studies and protocols that may be inadequate to inform us of the sources and fate of microplastics, as well as their biological and ecological implications. 104 Plastic in the singular misses things that are rather central to plastic activism, plastic science, plastic policy, and other plastic relations. For example, the term single-use plastics includes medical plastics, disposable packaging, and other items. Conflating them can cause harm, particularly when there are calls to ban all single-use plastics. The #Sustainabilism movement and thinker advocates such as Alice Wong, Unmarked, have been very clear that plastic bendy straws are used by people with disabilities to create livable worlds and that bans are ableist. 105 Without differentiating between medical plastics. 106, while also making them less toxic, as healthcare without harm. 107 is advocating, and other single-use plastics, or differentiating between PVC, which is full of toxic chemicals, and silicone, less so. 108 Or differentiating between plastic use and plastic production. It is impossible to be responsible to the problems and ethics of plastic pollution, see Chapter 2. This is just one way to think about the relationships among differentiation, specificity, ethics, and obligation in plastics. 109 There's not even a we for plastics. 110. This text has relations and obligations. This text has specific obligations and relations as well. It was written on Beathuk land in St. John's in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. The relationship between an object and where it belongs is not simply fortuitous, or a matter of causal forces, but it is rather intrinsic or internal, a matter of what that thing actually is. 111 Things like this book. Things like ideas. Place-based. Relations are not properties of things so much as what make things. This text is from this place, and that means it will not always travel well, generalize well, make sense elsewhere. More on this in Chapter 3. That's fine. The province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and particularly the island of Newfoundland, was, and in many ways still is, a British colony that was stocked with Irish migrants to work as fish harvesters. The settler population is what is called genetically isolated or a founder population, a rare condition that means that 98% of the settler population is genetically related. 112 Experientially, this means that the local accent is archaic Irish. Work holidays are Irish. 113 The food is Irish with a twist of cod. When the province joined Canada in 1949, the Confederation document noted that there were no Indigenous people here and that, therefore, the Indian Act did not apply to the province. 114 This party line persists today despite the fact that the Bureau of Statistics recorded Inuit, Innu, and Mi'kmaq populations both before and after Confederation. They were out and about buying bread, catching fish, going to school but officially not existing. 115 So when I say Newfoundland and Labrador is a colony, I mean that it is characterized by a unique combination of remoteness, infrastructural sparseness, indigenous erasure, 116 and settler homogeneity that shapes everyday lived experience, politics, and intellectual production. Also in Newfoundland and Labrador, the land is loud here, and settlers, indigenous people, local and come from away, and others tend to notice their land relations. On the west coast, 80% of the province's population eats local cod at least once a week, 117, and that percentage increases and the species diversify as you move north into Labrador. 118 When the cod fishery collapsed in 1992 after the introduction of scientific fisheries management, it suddenly and acutely transformed the province. 119 The decline in the caribou population and resulting hunting ban in 2013 have likewise transformed land and nation-to-nation relations in Labrador. 120 When I write about plastics and science, it is more than a case study. I'm talking about my food, other lab members' food, and often their families' histories and livelihoods, and the food, relatives, and heritage of indigenous, settler, and other people in the province. I am beholden to all of them. These are my specific obligations as a scientist who works on plastics in wild food webs in Newfoundland and Labrador. I can't talk about land in Newfoundland and Labrador if I don't talk about the weather. Weather isn't small talk, as I learned when I first moved here and was trapped in my office when the snow outside reached up to my chest, or when I had to crawl home along the sidewalk in high winds so I wasn't blown into the road, or when ice pellets flying in 100 km/h winds made my face bleed, or that day no one came to work because it was sunny. The cabbies all talk weather and oil prices. They are what shape life here. These land relations keep me, and many others here, humble. Humility and modesty are different. Modesty means you don't talk about your accomplishments so that you don't elevate yourself over others. Humility means that you are connected to others, and it is the recognition that you cannot do anything without these many others, from the people watching your dogs, your kids, and your students so you can go to conferences, to the people who ensure that your water pipes and garbage cans and internet work as intended. Cod, wind, snow, caribou, and plastics are part of the others that connect people to one another and to land here in Newfoundland and Labrador. 121 These specific connections do not travel effortlessly to other places with other relations. This is one of the difficult parts of writing a book that travels more promiscuously 122 than the relations the book comes out of. You can read this tension, for example, in my discussion of the diversity of colonialisms, even as I often address colonialism as if it is fairly monolithic in most other parts of the book. The same holds for why I insistently differentiate between anti-colonialism and decolonization. These insights and treatments come from stakes and contexts in Newfoundland and Labrador specifically and Canada more generally. 123 So, I ask of you, reader, how do we write and read together with humility, keeping the specificity of relations in mind? How do we recognize that our writing and reading come out of different places, connections, obligations, and even different worldviews, and still write and read together? 124 I was at an academic meeting when a settler researcher asked me and the Inuk next to me what we thought of Sean Wilson's, Cree, Research is Ceremony. 125 She patiently waited for our replies before telling us that she really couldn't see herself using it, that it was impractical for her kind of research. She said it wasn't for her. My initial response was that no research is exempt from the obligation of good relations, which is one way to understand what Wilson means by ceremony in research. But then it occurred to me that she was probably right. It wasn't for her. Research is Ceremony is very Cree, by my reading. The relations discussed in it are rooted in Cree law, based on the expectations and obligations about proper conduct that come from a particular place. 126 Research is Ceremony is written as a letter to Wilson's sons. If relations are specific, then the method simply will not work as well for anyone who is not Wilson's son. They might work a little, or even a lot, but relations do not universalize. To assume otherwise is not practicing humility with specificity. I'm pretty sure that's not what the settler researcher meant, but it was instructive nonetheless. Like research is ceremony, pollution is colonialism is not written for or to everyone in the same way, or even at all. One of my primary struggles in writing this text is how it obliges me to different worlds and readers simultaneously. I am a scientist well seated in the domain of dominant science, even as I arrived via an academic trajectory in fine arts and media studies. I am also an STSER, an anti-colonial activist, and a Scooped 127 and slowly reconnecting Métis/Mikif. 128. This text has been crafted and reviewed from similarly incommensurate standpoints. It has gone through academic peer review, first with brilliant friends and then with generous anonymous reviewers. 129. It has gone through elder review to ensure the text did not stray from good relations, both in terms of speaking truth to shared indigenous laws, values, and knowledge, and not overstepping what could be shared. Scientists and anti-colonialists, elders, and peer reviewers do not necessarily agree on what is true and right and good. These positions are incommensurate, they do not share a measure of value. This text is beholden to all of them, to its readers, to its place, and thus to multiple incommensurabilities. 130. In decolonization is not a metaphor. Tuck and Yang write that an ethic of incommensurability recognizes what is distinct. 131 and what cannot be joined or conflated. It brings these areas into conversation, without papering over the differences, but also without maintaining false dichotomies. 132. In this book, there are moments when different kinds of readers are called out, called in, and called down to the footnotes. There are moments that might appear contradictory, at odds, or mutually exclusive because they are. As collaborators Allison Jones and Cooney Jenkins, White/Settler/Pakeha and Maori/Ngati Poro, have written, research in any colonized setting is a struggle between interests, and between ways of knowing and ways of resisting, and we attempt to create a research and writing relationship based on that tension, not on its era. Sure. Indeed, we seek to extend the tension, and examine its possibilities. In doing this, we cautiously reject the usual suggestion that indigenous colonizer/settler research relationship should be based in mutual sharing, or understanding, or even collaboration when understood in such terms. These injunctions can be understood as calling on certain postures of empathetic relating which aim at dissolving, softening, or erasing the hyphen, seen as a barrier to cross-cultural engagement and collaboration. 133. Often this ethic of incommensurability limits what we feel free to say, expands our minds and constricts our mouths. Within the negotiated relations of whose story is being told, why, to whom, with what interpretation, and whose story is being shadowed, why, for whom, and with what consequence. 134. For this reason, there are many things not said in this text. First, you'll notice the book is about colonial systems of science and pollution, not about the ways indigenous peoples are disproportionately harmed by pollution. Following Audra Simpson, Mohawk, I refused then, and still do now, to tell the internal story of their struggle. But I consent to telling the story of their constraint. 135. Along with Eve Tuck, I refuse to reproduce damage-centered research that operates, even benevolently, from a theory of change that establishes harm or injury in order to achieve reparation and instead work to put the context of racism and colonization at the center of pollution research. 136. I follow the call to focus on colonialism, rather than its effects, sounded by Eileen Moreton Robinson and others when they call for research to move indigenous studies beyond identity concerns to develop and expand its mode of inquiry to a range of intellectual projects that structure inquiry around the logics of race, colonialism, capitalism, gender, and sexuality. 137. I'm following many people who have elevated refusal into a practice of affirmation, repair, and resurgence, looking upstream to see structures of violence rather than effects and harm. These methodological strategies and negotiations are usually written about as methods for researchers and writers, but I would ask that readers take them up as well. 138. If at some point as you read, you think this isn't for me, I can't take this up, you may be right, but that response does not foreclose the invitation to keep reading. It is an occasion to ask what is happening between 139 yourself and the text. Reading ethically can mean refusing to read as a form of extraction, though academia has trained us to do so. Tuck has written, to watch the white settlers sift through our work as they ask, isn't there more for me here? Isn't there more for me to get out of this? Isn't there something less theoretical? Something more theoretical? Something more practical? Something less radical? More possible? Can't you make something that imagines it clearly enough for me to see it? For me to just plunk it into my own imagination? Can't you do more work for me? Because I have given this 5 whole minutes of thought and I don't see the future like you. I'll just keep sifting through all of this work that was never meant for me, sorting it by what is useful to me and what is discardable. I forgot that people read extractively, for discovery. I forgot that all these years of relation between settler and indigenous people set up settlers to be terrible readers of indigenous work. 140. The first time I read this thread it shocked me into reflexivity because, while I try to stay in good relations, I often usually read extractively, looking for bits I can use. I had been reading in a resource relation, see chapter 1, that is unidirectional, assessing texts solely for my own goals and not approaching them as bodies of work, events, gifts, teachers, letters, or any number of other ways that would make unidirectional, extractive relations seem rude and out of place. As a writer, I have tried to write less extractively by citing at length, footnoting my relations to texts, leaving things out, and spending considerable time on certain concepts to balance obligations to different audiences and knowledge systems. I've also tried to support readers in reading less extractively by addressing the reader explicitly, using jokes to make space for difficult concepts, being clear that this is a text written out of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and signaling how not all ideas travel effortlessly and easily root in other places. You don't need a lab-like clear to attune everyday intellectual practices to anti-colonialism. Writing and reading are relations. We have already started. This is a methodological text, where methodology is understood as a way of being in the world. An ethic, if you like that word better. There are colonial ways to be in the world, whether intentionally or otherwise, and there are less colonial and anti-colonial ways to be in the world. This includes science. Throughout this book, I redefine pollution as central to, rather than a byproduct of, colonialism, and I think about the role of science in achieving both colonialism and anti-colonialism. I use plastics and their status as a pollutant to investigate and then refute those colonial relations. Often, I'll turn to clear as the lens and framework to denaturalize colonial scientific practices and concepts of land, nature, and resource, while also giving examples of anti-colonial science and methodologies that produce diverse futures. As such, this text is less about claims and more about models. I hope the text is useful to you. But not in a creepy, resource-y way. The first chapter, Land, Nature, Resource, Property, outlines the historical and conceptual groundwork for the invention of modern environmental pollution as a colonial achievement. It discusses indigenous concepts of land and how these ideas get flattened into nature through colonial relations based in separation, universalism, and the scientifically proven resilience of the natural world. Building on these concepts, I theorize resource relations, by which I mean the morality of maximum use of resources, dispossession, and property as a way to control both time and space to secure settler and colonial futures. This mode of resource relations is a hallmark of colonialism. 2 storylines animate this discussion. The first is the story of Streeter and Phelps's pioneering 141 work on assimilative capacity that defined the moment of pollution as that when bodies of water could no longer assimilate pollution. Everything else was mere contamination. A second story interrupts the first with short vignettes from Clear, as lab members grapple with legacies of colonial science as well as events, practices, relations, and landscapes that refuse logics of colonial relations. The second chapter, Scale, Harm, Violence, Land, builds out plastics as more than a monolithic pollutant that must be banned or eradicated, not as a theoretical exercise, but for the purpose of working with plastics in science and activism. I theorize scale as a way to understand specific relationalities, differences between harm and violence, and recourses to purity in environmental activism and dominant science. I recount how settler endocrinologists, conservationists, and toxicologists come to understand plastics and their chemicals in complex ways that open up dominant science as a practice already rife with examples of and impulses to anti-colonial work, troubling the division of nature from humans, the autonomy and discreteness of both matter and agency, and universalism. The chapter closes with examples from indigenous thinking about plastics as land to extend anti-colonial framings of plastics diverse L/land relations. Please fully read that part of the chapter if you just started salivating at the phrase plastics as land. The third and final chapter, An Anti-Colonial Pollution Science, lays out the how of CLEAR's anti-colonial science via our methods. I use the examples of CLEAR's unique practices of peer review and sampling to return to concepts of specificity and obligation. I introduce the framework of compromise to describe some ways to ethically maneuver the uneven power relations of dominant and anti-colonial science. It ends with final thoughts on how to stay true to critiques of universalism while also generalizing the lessons of the text into what I imagine to be the reader's own work. How do place-based, non-universal methods travel? How do we take messages with us without being extractive or resource-oriented? How do they become useful and good in other places, for other people, like you? I look forward to the stories you tell. 142 When you stand on CLEAR's shoulders. You might think of this final chapter as dessert. Sometimes I eat dessert first. But the book as a whole ensures that the last chapter is not just delicious but not very nutritious sugar. Together, the chapters build up the nuances, stakes, and methodological legacies that ground CLEAR's work. This is a book about work. Really hard work. I'm always glad when people raise a fist against the injustices of systems, including pollution and its sciences. But I'd much prefer people pick up a shovel or a microscope with the other hand and get to work. Pollution is Colonialism is designed to show how scientists and others are already working in an anti-colonial way. We already are in L/land relations, and they come out in our methods. Time to start. According to Canadian federal regulations, 0.010 milligrams, mg, of arsenic per liter, L, of drinking water is acceptable, but 0.011 mg/L is too much. 1. The maximum acceptable concentration for lead in tap water is 0.005 mg/L. 2. Under the permission to pollute system, specific quantities of contaminants are allowed legally in bodies of water, human bodies, air, food, and environments. This way of governing pollution is relatively new, but it is premised on an old colonial system of land relations where the land is a resource. 3. A core scientific achievement in the permission to pollute system was the articulation of assimilative capacity, the theory that environments can handle a specific amount of contaminant before harm occurs. Today, assimilative capacity is a term of art in both environmental science and state regulation. It refers to the amount of waste material that may be discharged into or receiving water without causing deleterious ecological effects. 4 measures of assimilative capacity compare the rate of metabolism with the rate of pollution, with assimilative capacity marking the place where the two are equal. This is the threshold of harm. The threshold theory of pollution differentiates between contamination, as the mere presence of a pollutant, and pollution, as the manifestation of, scientifically, demonstrable harm by pollutants when metabolism is overwhelmed. Assimilative capacity is based on land relations that strip away the complexities of land. 5. Including relations to fish, spirits, humans, water, and other entities in favor of elements relevant to settler and colonial goals for using the water as a sink, a site of storage for waste. 6. As La Paperson, diaspora settler of color, 7 has written, primitive accumulation involves not only the gathering of natural resources as assets but also the externalizing of the cost of the accumulation in the form of contaminated water, disease, and other traumas to the natural, non-propertied, that is, indigenous, world. To be subject to anti-Indian technologies does not require you to be an indigenous person. 8 sinks are one such anti-Indian, colonial technology. Assimilation theory transforms bodies of water and other environments into a resource for waste disposal. As I will argue in this chapter and throughout the book, this kind of environmental science is premised on access to land for settler and colonial goals, in this case, waste disposal. Through dominant science 9 and other methods, these land relations come to seem true, good, and natural. This and subsequent chapters are structured so that theoretical and historical arguments are interspersed with memories and stories from CLEAR Lab members. Some of these stories are mine, but most aren't. They are designed to clarify and expand on ideas but also to show that science, colonial or anti-colonial, is not monolithic and points of friction and opportunities for doing science otherwise present themselves regularly. All stories are shared with permission. Not all pollution is colonialism. The land relations behind the definition of pollution as the moment after assimilative capacity is surpassed have become so naturalized that other ways of discarding, based in other worldviews, have been obfuscated and even eliminated. When most people refer to waste and pollution today, they are referring to a set of relations that uses land as a sink for a relatively new form of waste characterized by unprecedented tonnage, toxicity, and heterogeneity, 10 created within industrial political economies premised on growth and profit. But not all forms of pollution and waste are colonialism. The settler woman is telling us, a group of indigenous delegates, about how she admires that indigenous people use the whole animal. I immediately think of the seal hunting 11 trip that CLEAR's Inuk community coordinator just returned from to gather food and scientific samples. On her first day back to the lab I asked if they got seal skins. She said that beautiful as they are, the skins are too hard to remove and prepare these days, so they took the meat, gastrointestinal tracts, jaw bones, and biopsies and let the rest of the seal slide back into the water. They certainly didn't use the whole animal. This didn't bother either of us, the seal will be used by other animals under the ice. In fact, when we're done researching the seal guts, we'll return them to the land to feed our relatives as well. I decide not to tell the woman any of this. After all, she's not exactly wrong, and I have no energy for nuance today. Other ways of discarding have been obfuscated by the dominance of modern, Eurocentric meanings. 12 From a scientific perspective, discarding seals and discarding plastic packaging are materially different and have fundamentally different effects in ecological systems. 13 From an anti-colonial perspective, the land relations that result in their discard are also different, based on fundamentally different land relations. Let's not conflate those differences. Modern environmental pollution is colonialism. When I began this work, I wondered why modern environmental pollution was so easily economized. What allowed such complete capture of environmental regulation by industry to exist from the earliest moments of the 20th century? It is not enough to say that industry and government's ability to pollute is a logical strategy to achieve the twin pursuits of growth and capital. It is insufficient to say that nature was understood by scientists to be a silver bullet to solve waste problems. What allowed these things to make sense in the first place? Why was not only the ability, but also the imperative, to pollute on the table at all? Under what conditions does managing, rather than eliminating, environmental pollution make sense? That would be colonialism. It's time to go deeper. Let's start with the basics: land, nature, and resource. Land. Defining land by typing it out onto a page is like defining your favorite aunt as your mother's sister. True, yes, but your favorite aunt is more than that. She is the host of giant spaghetti meals and countless hours at the kitchen table teaching you how to draw horses. She is the one to tell you not to go with that man because he's no good. 14. She is the promise that someone will take care of you if something happens to your parents. So, too, with land. If you'd like to learn more about land, I recommend reading botanist Robin Wall Kimmerer. ER's Potawatomi, Braiding Sweetgrass, which beautifully narrates the ethos of land through rich and interwoven narratives of knowledge, action, accountability, and beings. 15. Defining land makes it sound like a noun. But land is a verb, a bay is a noun only if water is dead. 16. Collaborators Eve Tuck, Unangax, and Marcia Mackenzie, Settler, write that land is both a notion and an action. 17. Land never settles. It is about relations between the material aspects some people might think of as landscapes: water, soil, air, plants, stars, and histories, spirits, events, kinships, accountabilities, and other people that aren't human. 18. These relations are happening all at once rather than being parceled into individual paired units, like plant to soil, mother to daughter. We have some plant mother soil plant mother going on. Robin Wall Kimmerer writes that land is everything: identity, the connection to our ancestors, the home of our non-human kinfolk, our pharmacy, our library, the source of all that sustains us. Our lands were where our responsibility to the world is enacted. 19. In native science, science philosopher Gregory Coget, Tewa, Santa Clara Pueblo, talks about relations with / land as ensoulment, a kind of a map of the soul where the soul of the land and of people are the same thing. 20. Enrique Salmon, Raramur, Tarahumara, explains, when indigenous people speak of the land, the religious and romantic overtones so prevalent in Western environmental conversation are absent. To us, the land exists in the same manner as do our families, chickens, the river, and the sky. No hierarchy of privilege places one above or below another. Everything is woven into a managed, interconnected tapestry. Within this web, there are particular ways that living things relate to one another. 21. This is clear. Member Charles Mathers, Settler, Memory about learning a little about complex land relations. During the recreational food fishery, when people in Newfoundland can fish legally, we go to the wharfs where people are filleting their fish and ask for the fish guts. Sometimes commercial fishers are also at these docks, and we ask them as well. We get hundreds of guts this way every season. This approach to sample collection aligns well with our commitment to accountability and to good relations. Legally, cod must be gutted on the wharf and cannot be processed at sea. Fishers, both commercial and recreational, typically discard the guts into the sea around the wharf, keeping the tasty fillets, cod cheeks, and britches. So our samples come from something that has to be processed on the wharf, is not normally used by humans, and would have been thrown away. This is good. But in our second year of sample collection on the wharfs around St. John's, someone else wanted cod guts. She wasn't interested in the guts for scientific purposes. She didn't want to know how much plastic the cod had ingested. Instead, she wanted to use the cod carcasses to make a soup or a broth. We thought the cod carcasses and guts were waste, but clearly that is not the case for everyone. We were surprised and taken aback. What had seemed such an ethically uncomplicated way of collecting samples had suddenly become deeply complicated. How could we take food away from someone in order to generate data in our lab? That didn't align well with our commitment to good relations. This encounter has fundamentally changed the way we relate to people and fish on the wharf. We no longer work from the premise that the carcasses and guts are waste, to which we have exclusive and uncomplicated access. We approach sample collection more cautiously and with the sensibility that we cannot know with certainty all of the ways in which fish will be used. And we recall this experience with existing and new lab members to illustrate our commitment to humility in our scientific research practices. 22. See how tricky colonialism is. 23. Settler access to land gets in at every turn. We no longer work from the premise that the carcasses and guts are waste, to which we have exclusive and uncomplicated access. Colonialism lurks in assumptions and premises, even when we think we're doing good. The land lesson I want to focus on here is about specificity. Unlike land, land is fundamentally relational and is specific to these relations. Every cultural group established this relationship to their place over time. Whether that place is in a desert, a mountain valley, or along a seashore, it is in the context of natural community, and through that understanding they established an educational process that was practical, ultimately ecological, and spiritual. In this way they sought and found their life. 24 This refers not only to the differences between St. John's and Toronto, but also to the relational differences between being a researcher and a fish harvester in St. John's, even if the researcher and fish harvester are the same person. 25 This is why land is capitalized. It is the shorthand for all these relations as a proper name that is specific and unique, not universal and common. Science happens on land. Science always happens within land relations, and those relations are always specific to that place, even if you don't believe in land. The theory of assimilative capacity makes claims to universality, but the scientists who developed it, H. W. Streeter and Earl B. Phelps, were working in a specific place and they needed particular land relations for their universal theory to work. They were looking at the Ohio River in the Ohio River Valley, which was not only saturated with municipal organic waste, but also a site for large-scale disposal of coal tar waste. The interaction between the coal tar wastes and the chlorine used to disinfect municipal water supplies made the water taste and smell repugnant. The result was that people were choosing to drink more palatable, untreated water over the disgusting tasting treated water, even after the germ theory of disease was widely accepted. The resulting disease outbreaks came not from pollution so much as locals' choice to opt for drinking palatable, polluted water despite the availability of disgusting, potable water. 26 At any rate, the federal government saw the Ohio case as a unique crisis that chlorine treatment was no longer addressing and sent scientists to the river to see what could be done. Phelps turned to the Ohio both because of his interests in public health and because the river's sluggish, wide, densely polluted waters offered laboratory-like conditions to prove his theory of assimilative capacity. An earlier attempt to prove assimilative capacity, what Phelps called self-purification at the time, in New York City's harbor had yielded promising results, but there is evidently something wrong with our values at the region of Hell's Gate. An influence of the Harlem River shown here was not properly taken into account in our computation. 27 Harlem will do that. While Phelps argued that his general formula and hypotheses of the ability of rivers to self-purify themselves of pollutants are substantially accurate, 28 He also knew that the noisy, not very laboratory space of New York Harbor was too tangled to emphatically prove his theory of self-purification. He needed the slow and straight Ohio River. The concept of self-purification was first developed and studied in Britain, but it became a dominant scientific fact in the United States only after the work of Phelps, Streeter, and others. In 1860, British scientist Edward Frankland, unmarked, an expert responsible for keeping London's drinking water disease-free, noted, "There is no river in the United Kingdom long enough to effect the destruction of sewage by oxidation." 29 Outbreaks of typhoid at the time seemed to confirm this. I'd like to think it was the great lengths of American rivers compared to short and overpopulated British ones that allowed self-purification and the threshold theory of pollution to be further developed by Streeter and Phelps. By articulating the Ohio River as a proper sink for pollution, Phelps and Streeter transformed it from a complex set of relations to one consisting of only a few relevant factors, what Jackie Price, Inuk, calls a metaphysical flattening. 30 This is, as we shall see, a theme in colonial science's approach to nature. The tension between universalism and emplacement attempts to order and control nature despite land's relational specificity offers me an opportunity to denaturalize the land relations of dominant science in favor of other ways of relating to the world, even, and especially, when dominant science seems to have a monopoly on describing land relations. Nature small l land is usually synonymous with nature, in that both focus on only some aspects of relations, such as soil, air, water, animals, and plants, but not on human people, events, memories, spirits, or obligations. 31. Nature describes colonial relations with capital L land. 32. Whether nature is understood as wild and heartless, the helpless victim of industrial assault, or the raw stuff of scientific inquiry. One of nature's defining characteristics is that it is separate from humans, even if there is a closeness or affinity between them. Separation. The naturalization of separation allows the scientific logic of variables to make sense. Variables are ways to treat elements of an environment as discrete, autonomous actors. 33. For Streeter and Phelps, the variables that mattered to their theory included the flow rate, volume, temperature, time, and oxygen levels of the water, all of which were related but could nevertheless be separated from one another and independently measured. For Streeter and Phelps, the key natural phenomenon under study was self-purification, a phenomenon they believed could be graphed and used to predict. When a river can no longer reintroduce enough oxygen to metabolize organic waste. What didn't matter to this universal phenomenon were things like smell, fish health, 34 water color, or whether the river was nice to swim in, all of which had been used to define pollution in the past. The Streeter and Phelps equation implicitly argued that smells, fish, and swimmability, among other relations, were not essential characteristics of river pollution. Instead, oxygen levels and their variables became the focus of purification and thus of its opposite, pollution. After empirically testing their variables, Streeter and Phelps arranged them in fixed and predictable relations, that is, they built a model. For each variable, they used measurements from the Ohio River to determine when the oxygen demand of metabolizing waste exceeded the reintroduction of oxygen into the stream, called reaeration. Then they graphed the results. There it is. You can see it in black and white. 35. The failure of the river to purify itself is represented, over and over again, in the droop of the curve. The point at which each curve droops and flatlines for a moment is the point at 50. Chapter 1. Which increasing time or water velocity does not contribute to an increase in oxygen rates. It is the moment where imbalance occurs and the river chokes. Today, this curve is called an oxygen sag, and the point at the bottom is called the critical point. It is the line that marks the moment of modern environmental pollution. In different places, with different variables, and different amounts of organic pollutant, the numbers and tilt of the curve might change, but the essential sigmoid shape of the curve is the same each time. Universalism. Based on the consistency and regularity of these results, Streeter and Phelps declared, it has been shown in the foregoing text that the oxygen self-purification of the Ohio River is a measurable phenomenon, governed by definite laws and also means getting anatomized into exchangeable parts to be stored, shipped, sold, combined with other parts. 40. The kind of work that variables do. Streeter and Phelps were scientific universalists, looking for, read, painstakingly creating, universal, fungible traits of self-purification. Angela Willey, unmarked, writes that most Western sciences, as well as other academic traditions, offer ultimately totalizing scientific explanations of the world and our place in it marked by an implicitly Judeo-Christian brand of secularism that allows us to imagine nature as law-governed. She continues, describing this approach as characterized by a Eurocentric proto-modernity that separates the rational from the irrational. 41. Separates, some, humans from nature. 42. And separates variables from the background noise of nature. The universal is never universal, but rather an argument to imperialistically expand a particular worldview as the worldview. Comparative philosopher Mary Graham, Combumere, Gold Coast, summarizes these epistemological and ontological beliefs when she writes, for most Westerners reality is what it is irrespective of what humans think or know about it. Secondly, that reality is ordered, that it has a structure that is universal and invariant across time and place. They claim that the structure and forces of the natural world remain the same in different times and in different contexts. They also believe that this structure is knowable and that Western science has provided the ability to explain, predict, and control many natural phenomena and to invent technologies to solve human problems. 43. This knowledge system provides a top-down, all-encompassing view that feminist Donna Haraway, Unmarked, has called the God trick, seeing everything from nowhere. 44. It is unattached, unaccountable. No wonder nature was born from this worldview. Since the Enlightenment, a goal of universal science has been what science historian Lorraine Daston, Unmarked, calls European self-portraiture, particularly as the borders of Europe became extended and even ambiguous during ongoing imperial and colonial conquests. The goal was to make many Europes and Europeans through science. 45. Imperialism and colonialism both involve the scientific appropriation of local and indigenous knowledges, eaten up and digested to create dominant scientific knowledge. 46. Historically, this included botany and the cultivation of economically valuable plants. 47. An interest in climate. 48. And the expansion of agriculture. 49. And the control of diseases such as malaria. 50. All of which enabled successful settlement. Simultaneously, the dominant scientific knowledge system was and is often articulated as a reason for colonialism. The idea that science and technology were among the gifts that Western imperial powers brought to their colonies was an integral part of the discourse of the civilizing mission, one vaunted by both proponents and critics of the methods of colonialism. 51. Christianity, residential schools, and dominant science were different techniques through which colonizers claimed to bring light to the darkness of primitivism while simultaneously maintaining a difference between the colonized and colonizers. Feminist scholar Helen Varyn, White-Oyenbo, describes the abhorrent moral economy of teaching dominant science and mathematics to colonized peoples, or even just well-intentioned comparative analyses of different knowledge systems. She writes how Yoruba counting and knowledge could only be taken as an echo, a shadowy form of English logic. The schema reenacts the categories of a universal modernity, originating in European traditions, and a Yoruba echo of a necessarily European modernity. Either way, a distinct us and them are locked forever together, and apart, through the specter of originality/mimicry. The only way to tell such difference is to pull their world into ours. 52. This kind of access, being able to pull entire worlds into dominant worlds, is a hallmark of colonialism. In short, dominant science can be used to fuel a militant universalism where a single knowledge becomes the touchstone for all other knowledge systems, which either can dismiss and erase other forms of knowledge or can place those knowledges in the waiting room of modernity. 53. As late, quaint, cute, curious, undeveloped, and consumable for settler desires, well-intentioned or not. This is not just a historical problem. There's a story we tell in the lab about the academic peer review of our first cod paper. 54. Since we collected guts from fishers, the reviewer wants to know, how did the authors know they were cod? I remember reading the question out loud during the lab meeting and people laughing. Of course, it was cod. The fishers said so. Cod is a major part of the culture, heritage, diets, livelihoods, songs, and life for the settlers on the island of Newfoundland that we got the cod from. Babies know what cod is. Since we could not write because Newfoundland in response to the reviewer and still be published, we assured them that a lab member was present during gutting. More laughing. Sometimes, that person was our newest lab member, Alex, who has the most scientific training of the group but is also from landlocked and codless Saskatchewan. Someone in the lab jokes, he couldn't tell a goldfish from a mackerel. Alex is a good sport, he mimes confusion. The reviewer accepts our explanation, there was a scientist present. The paper is published. One pollution, one nature. So many pollutions. Before he went to the Ohio River, Phelps wrote, of immediate and pressing interest is the fixing of standards of permissible pollution, which will comply with the common law conception of reasonable use and develop the maximum advantageous use of the streams. 55. It's not that Phelps was a jerk, on the contrary, he might be considered a proto-conservationist who sought to find the maximum use of a waterway without abandoning it entirely to pollution, the common practice at the time. 56 Phelps was working in an environment where the pressing scientific, public health, and governance question was to find the demonstrative difference between polluted and safe drinking water. It was a big problem. In 1868, commissioners in Britain who had been appointed to craft what would become the Rivers Pollution Prevention Act wrote, "There is no such thing as absolutely pure water in nature, and the waters met with in our springs, lakes, rivers, and sewers, form a series gradually increasing in dirtiness. There is actually no definite line of demarcation separating the purest spring water from the filthiest sewage. It is, therefore, obvious that, for the purposes of efficient legislation, an arbitrary line must be drawn between waters which are to be deemed polluting and those deemed non-polluting. 57 Before Streeter and Phelps made that line less arbitrary, definitions of environmental pollution proliferated. Some were chemical, focusing on traceable aspects of sewage. Polluted water is any liquid containing, in solution, more than 2 parts by weight of organic carbon, or 3 parts by weight of organic nitrogen in 100,000 parts by weight. 58 Even with the advent of the germ theory, there was no bright white line to demark exactly how many germs would constitute unsafe water. B. Coli's presence in water is to some extent indicative of pollution, although its abundance rather than its mere presence must be considered as the criterion. 59 But what abundance? Other definitions of pollution were aesthetic or available to lay evaluation. A relatively purified river should no longer make the stream slimy or muddy, should contain neither the remains of beetroot or cassette 60 and should be tasteless and inodorous, and is incapable of putrefaction, even when kept for some time in closed vessels at a summer temperature. 61 The range of analysis was dizzying, not what a centralized government wanted. 62 The adoption of the threshold theory of pollution that the Streeter-Phelps equation promised allowed regulatory bodies to replace these varied definitions with a single one based on assimilative capacity. The threshold, that arbitrary line between pollution and non-pollution, made less arbitrary through oxygen sag, is where policy, accountability, and responsibility come together. 63 When Phelps laid out his theory of assimilative capacity in 1912, he argued that, once the self-purification rate of a river was determined, the ultimate oxygen requirement of the sewage of a community expressed in pounds per day may then be balanced against the available oxygen resources of the stream into which the sewage is to be discharged, and the resulting figure will show the effect of such discharge upon the dissolved oxygen of the stream. If the effect is to reduce the dissolved oxygen of the stream below the permissible point, further purification by municipal systems is indicated. If 2 or more communities are contributing to the same body of water, the total oxygen of the water may be apportioned in an equitable manner between them. 64 The logical extension of quantifying the threshold of pollution was to parcel out assimilative capacity, essentially, the ability to waste, even the right to waste, to polluters. The area under the curve became a sacrifice zone. 65 Designed for pollution. Managing the line between contamination and pollution, now differentiated as fundamentally different states, became a defining feature of environmental governance, and remains so today. 66 The first public standards for drinking water in the United States included threshold concentration limits for lead, fluoride, arsenic, and selenium. 67 Writing about the history of toxics regulation. Environmental historian Frederick Davis, unmarked, writes that the role of the United States Federal Environmental Protection Agency is to implement the pollution control laws enacted by Congress. Its most important function in this respect is to establish national standards that govern how much pollution is allowable. 68 Earlier periods' flexibility and diversity of what counted as pollution diminished to the point of irrelevance. 69 From a policy and scientific standpoint, pollution became is assimilative capacity. Thresholds abound. Streeter and Phelps did not develop their ideas in a vacuum. Other sigmoid, S-shaped, curves that showed threshold moments were being produced in the early decades of the 20th century across scales, nations, and disciplines. For example, Aldo Leopold, unmarked, the famed American environmentalist, used the concept of carrying capacity to manage wildlife areas in the early 1930s, using a sigmoid curve to show how populations would level off. 70 He then designed landscapes to carry a maximum load of animals. Leopold's large-scale field experiments had already been anticipated by laboratory studies of fruit flies, flower beetles, or other convenient organisms. 71 Raised, studied, and extinguished in glass vials. Their lives and deaths produced S-shaped population curves, as did the population data of colonized Algeria, a natural experiment on colonized not quite humans. 72 Before the term assimilative capacity was used to describe organic waste in water, a version of the term was used in nutrition science to describe thresholds in the absorptive powers of the body, used to designate broadly the ability of the organism to convert the digested nutrients of the feed into body tissue. 73 The scale of the body had long been associated with thresholds for harm. This is the very premise of toxicology, since Paracelsus, unmarked, famously stated, "What is there that is not poison? All things are poison and nothing is without poison. Solely the dose determines that a thing is not a poison." 74 By the 1920s and 1930s, when Streeter and Phelps were conducting their work, pharmacology treated sigmoid curves as normal and natural, and toxicological debates pivoted on how those curves should be interpreted and how drugs should be managed, not on the theory of the threshold itself. 75 By the early 20th century, the terms that described thresholds, including assimilative capacity, critical load, tolerance dose, permissible dose, and carrying capacity, 76 were appearing with increased frequency across new and established sciences, applied to scales from cells to landscapes. These S-shaped curves offered a density of evidence that harm could be defined as strain that surpassed tolerable limits, rather than a symptom, a discontinuity in aesthetics, a moral dilemma, or another less quantifiable phenomenon. The ubiquity of S-shaped curves across different geographies, different bodies, different toxic ants, and different scales was interpreted to mean that threshold relations were characteristic of nature itself, that is, universal, making a nature robust within limits. Just as there were competing definitions of pollution before assimilative capacity, there were also competing definitions of nature. In Risk and Blame, anthropologist Mary Douglas, unmarked, recounts 4 different cultural views of nature: nature as robust, nature can handle any human intervention, nature as robust within limits, nature can handle human intervention up to a certain point, nature as fragile, nature cannot handle human intervention, and nature as capricious, nature will be unpredictable in the face of human intervention. 77 Streeter and Phelps, with many others, appeared to have provided empirical evidence that nature is indeed robust within limits. 78 They argued that these limits could be precisely located and managed. Pollution became a threshold at the same time that nature became robust within limits. Historian Wiebe Bijker, unmarked, might have been writing about pollution and nature when he wrote that scientific consensus means that the interpretative flexibility of, for example, an observation statement disappears, and from then on only one interpretation is accepted by all. Such a closure is not gratuitous but has far-reaching consequences. It restructures the participant's world. 79 In this case, one out of many versions of nature and pollution was naturalized. On the bright side, Bijker writes, it is in principle always possible, although in practice very difficult, to reopen up a controversy once closure is reached. 80 That's what CLEAR is here for. Canada is gearing up to make big plastic plans at the federal level. I'm on one of many calls organized by the federal government with plastic pollution. Scientists from across the country. We're talking about how there are no established standards for analyzing and reporting marine plastic research and how this makes studies difficult to compare and validate, a reoccurring discussion in the field. Someone brings up how we should establish a threshold for plastics. I startle and mash on the buttons to unmute my mic, accidentally hanging up on the call. I call back faster than I've ever called into a conference call before and exclaim, plastics are not a threshold pollutant. 81 The other scientists and feds hear me out, and in the end agree that maybe we don't want to articulate a threshold. 82 Since industry, which includes the feds on the call, in my view, can use it as a permissible level to pollute up to. Other callers agree or stay silent. We move on to a different universalizing topic about the one best way to report microplastic findings. Small victories. Update 1 year later, a Canadian federal funding call for research on plastics prioritizes research on the biological, chemical, or physical stressors introduced to ecosystem components by these contaminants to identify thresholds needed to disrupt biochemical, physiological or behavioral interactions between plastic, the environment, and organisms. 83 The threshold theory of harm is formidable in its resilience. Resource. When nature becomes robust within limits and threshold theories of harm are dominant, land relations become managerial rather than reciprocal. In colonial understandings of nature, humans can protect, extend, augment, better, use, preserve, destroy, interrupt, and slash or capitalize on robust within limits nature. That is, land becomes a resource. Resources refer to unidirectional relations where aspects of land are useful to particular, here, settler and colonial, ends. In this unidirectional relation, value flows in one direction, from the resource to the user, rather than being reciprocal, as legal scholar Andrew Brighton, unmarked, notes in his interpretation of court proceedings on XWM Theta KWYM relations to salmon. The court quickly moves past a scant 2 sentences referencing the Musqueam social ontology of salmon and humans bonded in a reciprocal relationship, then distills this relationship to the activity of taking. Directly opposed to the Musqueam understanding of being given salmon for food, social and unspecified ceremonial purposes. The court then repeatedly characterizes Musqueam interaction with salmon as participation in an economically valuable natural resource, and recognizes the desires of numerous interveners representing commercial fishing interests. This resource management mindset is not unique to this court case. 84 This passage documents the flattening of land relations into resource relations. In a colonial worldview, a resource relation is good and right. A body of excellent scholarship critiques this notion of resource as a colonial, settler, and imperial concept. 85 Building from this work, I will specifically focus on how the colonial logics of resource are reproduced in practices and concepts of modern environmental pollution. Standing reserve. In The Question Concerning Technology, philosopher Martin Heidegger, unmarked, 86 describes a resource-based arrangement of relations as a standing reserve. 87 He writes that creating a resource begins with enframing, an act where the energy concealed in nature is unlocked. What is unlocked is transformed, what is transformed is stored up, what is stored up is, in turn, distributed, and what is distributed is switched about ever anew. Unlocking, transforming, storing, distributing, and switching about are ways of revealing. But the revealing never simply comes to an end. Everywhere, everything is ordered to stand by, to be immediately at hand, indeed to stand there just so that it may be on call for further ordering. 88 Heidegger calls the constantly deferred result of enframing the creation of a standing reserve. He argues that modern technology's main task is to transform and stockpile nature as a standing reserve via enframing. To paraphrase, this process makes the various relations of land into a unidirectional relation called resource for anticipated settler use. He illustrates his theory with the example of coal mining. Coal is dug out of the ground not to be present as coal, but to be stockpiled and used at an unforeseen but anticipated occasion. 89 The transformation of land into resource is achieved not only through the arrangement of space but also through the arrangement of time. The temporality of resource is anticipatory, it makes and even aims to guarantee colonial futures. 90 Crucial to this temporality is the belief that this future can be chosen and that the present can be directed toward it via management practices. 91 As such, resources eclipse other possible relations with land both now and in the future. The future is reserved for settler goals, colonized in advance. The landscape cannot support other relations, activities, or futures that might interfere with future use. If a river is for waste assimilation, it can only be a fishing spot if those activities do not preclude its role as a sink. 92. Fostering some futures and eclipsing others is a key technique of the managerial ontologies that characterize resources and pollution. Risk management, disaster plans, homeland security, and other securities. 93. All share managerial ontologies dedicated to containing time for chosen futures. One method for detecting plastics in biota such as mussels is to dissolve them in KOH, potassium hydroxide. One of my students wanted to use it for her thesis. It speeds up the process considerably, since instead of dissecting fish guts and spending hours staring over a sieve, you put the guts in a jar in an incubator and come back a week later to nothing but clear liquid, a bit of fatty residue, and some nice floating plastics. Sure, I said. As I ordered her supplies and went through university protocols for hazardous materials, I began to realize how toxic KOH was. For the first time in Clear's history, we had to order hazardous waste containers and, when they were full, pay for them to go somewhere. I was surprised by how easy it was to just get rid of the waste. Just fill out a form and call a guy. Bam. Gone. Somewhere. It seemed antithetical to create hazardous waste as a lab dedicated to mitigating pollution. Worse, it was rude to dissolve our relatives and have them leave the lab as hazardous froth. When I say that colonialism means ongoing settler access to land for settler goals, this includes access to futures. Settlers do not have to set foot on the land, own the land, or even use the land as a resource so long as the land is available for settler futures. You can just order KOH whenever you want, because the infrastructure anticipates its use and disposal as hazardous waste. 94. You can also choose not to, but land is still arranged as a standing reserve, just in case you change your mind. In this way, a seemingly simple and certainly common scientific research method that produces hazardous waste is involved in colonial land relations, even though its users are also likely invested in environmental goods and perhaps see themselves as indigenous allies or are indigenous scientists themselves. Colonialism is not an event, not an intent. It is not even a structure, but a milieu or active set of relations that we can push on, move around in, and redo from moment to moment. 95. Property. Pollution is a property right. In The Colonial Lives of Property, Brenna Bandar, Unmarked, describes property ownership as a bundle of rights that can be rearranged and redistributed depending on the social and political norms that legislators aim to promote. The degree to which each of these rights is protected varies, the stringency with which each of these rights in the bundle, such as the right to use, possess, exclude, devise, alienate, etc., can be understood as existing in a hierarchy whereby some rights are more powerful than others. 96. This hierarchy is codified in most environmental regulations. It is legal for some pollution to occur under Canadian and U.S. environmental law. Under the permission to pollute system in Canada, some effluents can be released to a certain amount, and spills and leaks are considered acceptable risks even though they happen regularly. This right supersedes the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People and the right to free, prior, and informed consent. This includes consent to be polluted or not. 97. Under current settler state laws in Canada and the United States, the twin values of appropriation and possessiveness allow different acts of pollution to make logical and even moral sense. The Foundation for Economic Education, a libertarian think tank, teaches, if I deliberately pipe sewage into a pond on my own land, presumably I consider using the pond as a cesspool to be its optimum use. Hence, there is no abuse, no pollution. If however, either purposely or inadvertently I allow my sewage to flow into a neighbor's pond, against his sick will, I am without question polluting. I am lowering the value of his sick property. 98. In short, land is pollutable, so pollutable it can barely be considered pollution, because a property owner has designated its pollution a best use, but only to the point that it would not infringe on another landowner's right to appropriation and possession. In 1919, before he had provided empirical evidence for the threshold theory of pollution, Phelps wrote, "It is good law as well as good economics that a riparian owner is entitled by right to any proper use of the stream that flows by his land, with due regard to the exercise of a similar right on the part of lower riparian users." This dictum of the common law has been interpreted by the courts in some extreme instances to mean that there shall be no appreciable reduction in the flow or alteration in the quality of the water by any user. Such extreme interpretation, however, would of itself defeat the very purpose of the law by prohibiting almost every valuable use of the water. 99 For Phelps, use was paramount to defining pollution. In his mind, water was a natural sink. Yet specific uses did not matter as much as access to water for those uses. That is, access to land for settler goals guided his convictions about pollution and resource. Tuck and Mackenzie write, "The most important aim of recasting land as property is to make it ahistorical in order to hack away the narratives that invoke prior claims and thus reaffirm the myth of terra nullius, 100 allowing settlers to think of their uses of land, for pollution or otherwise, as proper and right because it belongs to them and their goals and futures, whether individual or collective." This is not an abstract claim. I cannot overemphasize how assumed access to land is foundational to so many settler relations. Land relations are central not only to indigenous worlds, but also to settler worlds. To illustrate this with an example about research itself, the following story is by Lauren Whatwood, settler, an anthropology master's student who is using Clear as a field site 101 for her ethnographic research. The story is from her first full day in the lab. Tuesday morning. I'm sitting in the lab. My mind voraciously cataloging every interaction, every gesture, every idea discussed as I listen to Max efficiently plow through Natasha, Caitlin, and Charlotte's list of items to be discussed. My. I think to myself. I am doing quite a good job being an anthropologist. Look at all this gold I've already collected. After logistics are attended to, Max settles down in a chair to my left. "Okay, what do we need to talk about?" she asks. I say, "Let's discuss our expectations for what I am doing here at the lab." We chat for a few moments and she innocuously asks, "Have you already been collecting data?" Proud of myself and my anthropological ways, I reply, "Yes, I have." She replies calmly, deadpan, "That's stealing." My brain goes blank. I can't comprehend what she said. I recognize the words to be English, my mother tongue. Yet, I don't understand what they mean in this context. "That's stealing," Max reiterates, likely repeating her words in response to my utterly vacant face. "You came in assuming entitlement to extract data and acted in a deeply colonial, imperialist manner. You thought you could come in here and take information from us without our consent, even after we've talked about needing to have a consent process in place. That's harmful." Her delivery of this news was not overtly aggressive, nor accusatory. She was simply explaining the fact of the matter. "No. I think, grasping for words that would make her understand. "No. No, not at all. I'm not stealing. I'm doing research." I screech in my mind, the words clawing to escape my throat, "so Max will understand. Please, understand." I wasn't ready to concede that what I had said and done was wrong or was out of alignment or was unethical. Because I couldn't think straight. I felt like I was being attacked and was terrified and pissed and defensive and upset. Later, I realize, I claimed what wasn't mine to claim and never once questioned my methods. That is colonialism. 102 To her credit, Lauren looked composed during this exchange, even if her eyes were a little big. When I told her she had to apologize to the lab and see what the lab collective wanted to do with the data she had already collected, she went off and crafted an apology. 103 presented it at a lab meeting a couple of hours later, and was welcomed into the lab. Dominant science, and research in general, plays multiple roles in colonial practices of settler access to land under the logics of property and resource. Streeter and Phelps's work was paramount in abstracting land into quantified and codified entities like assimilative capacity that could then be used to regulate industries' access to land for effluents so rivers could be used but not overused to their fullest extent. Their scientific contribution was to coordinate access, not question it. This propertied, colonial orientation to research continues today, as Liboiron discovered. 104 Maximum use. Streeter didn't advocate for just any kind of resource relation, he advocated for maximum advantageous use of the streams. 105 Building on the work of Streeter and Phelps, in 1950 the chairman of the Department of Public Health Statistics at the University of Michigan, C.J. Veltz, wrote a treatise on the importance of precisely calculating assimilative capacity so as to take fullest advantage of the inherent resources available in rivers as sinks. His concern was that natural purification capacity is not being fully utilized, 106 particularly during seasonal events that swelled rivers with extra water. In response, he perfected the sigmoid curve introduced by Streeter and Phelps. No water was to be wasted that was not adding to assimilative capacity. Economic geographer Morgan Robertson, unmarked, writes that such mathematics were part of creating a world in which we settlers see ourselves as utility maximizing and self-interested, or of rendering the entirety of the biophysical world as classifications and functions, which occurs through rather mundane and incomplete acts of reduction and simplification. 107 Extending this, anthropologist Elizabeth Povinelli, unmarked, writes about how colonists encounter forms of life, including land, that are not organized on the basis of market values as irrelevant, as irrational, and even as security risks. 108 Today, the logics, techniques, and infrastructures, in forms from pipelines to policy, of maximum use of sinks uphold land as something that is not only pollutable, but properly so. The morality of property. Maximum use has a morality. Using a resource to its maximum potential is good, to squander it is bad. Philosopher John Locke, unmarked, says so, land that is left wholly to nature, that hath no improvement of pasturage, tillage, or planting, is called, as indeed it is, was sick, and we shall find the benefit of it amounts to little more than nothing. 109 A lot of Europeans were into Locke, and the legacy of those ideas is strong today. In his work on the British privatization of common land and its relationships to concepts of waste and wasting, geographer Jesse Goldstein, unmarked, outlines how land that was being used as a commons but not as a resource became a landscape of wasted potential that specifically wasted the improver's economic right presented as a natural right to realize the maximum productive potential of all things, at all times, and in all ways. 110 When British peasants failed to extract maximum value from a shared landscape, they were removed, the land was enclosed and privatized, and the peasants were reintroduced to the enclosures as wage laborers on newly resource-rich land. Goldstein argues, enclosure was a transformation from one moral conception of value to another. 111 More than a particular historic technique of land reform in feudal England, and more than a collection of individual acts of theft or an uneven distribution of land and resources, dispossession and enclosure of land as resource is a general way of seeing the world based on a particular, and persistent, logic of expropriation, produced in and as part of the land itself. 112 The logic of maximum extraction of value was at work not just in Britain, but also in its colonies. There, the moral imperative to improve land, to rearrange land into nature and nature into resource, was a primary, though not the only, refrain for dispossessing indigenous peoples from their land. Mishuana Goman, Tonawanda Band of Seneca, contends, property, as has been argued by indigenous scholars and their allies, is distinctly a European notion that locks together, pun intended, labor, land, and conquest. Without labor to tame the land, it is closely assigned the designation nature or wilderness. 113. Tiffany Lethaboking, Black, agrees, writing that within this Lockean formulation, indigenous subjects who do not labor across the land fail to turn the land into property and thus fail to turn themselves into proper human subjects. 114. Civilization and its opposite become identified with land use aligned with creating standing reserve to procure maximum economic value. In 1876, an Indian Reserve Commissioner on Vancouver Island in the region currently known as Canada addressed members of a native audience, nation unspecified, who were being moved to reserves that were a fraction of the size of their previous land bases. He explained, "The land was of no value to you. The trees were of no value to you. The coal was of no value to you. The white man came, he improved the land, you can follow his sick example." 115. The settler commissioner, along with many of his contemporaries, thought that until Europeans arrived, most of the land was waste, or, where native people were obviously using it, that their uses were inadequate. 116. The virtue of good use functions as a usable property to dispossess indigenous peoples from the ground of moral value. 117. Through an ideology of improvement that privileges European forms of cultivation as proof of ownership. 118. This is only possible when there is one right-land relation, accomplished via universalism. In a third university is possible, Law Paperson writes, property law is a settler colonial technology. The weapons that enforce it, the knowledge institutions that legitimize it, the financial institutions that operationalize it, are also technologies. Like all technologies, they evolve and spread. 119. In this case to pollution via modern environmental sciences. 120. Plastics moral economy. One of the most popularized studies on plastic pollution is titled Plastic Waste Inputs from Land into the Ocean. 121. Perhaps you know it better from its claim that the majority of plastic enters the ocean from just 5 rapidly growing economies: China, Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. 122. The media really loved it, and it circulated extensively. The research aimed to estimate the amount of post-consumer plastics, not industrial plastics, 123 entering oceans through a model based on population density along a country's coastline, the amount of plastic waste generated within that country expressed in per capita figures, 124, and the percentage of mismanaged waste in that country. In the paper, mismanaged waste is defined as material that is either littered or inadequately disposed. Inadequately disposed waste is not formally managed and includes disposal in dumps or open, uncontrolled landfills, where it is not fully contained. Plus 2% littering. 125. It is not clear how the authors of the study compiled these numbers. 126. The countries with the highest mismanaged waste figures are also countries most likely to have high data uncertainty. North Korea, for example, has a 90% mismanagement rate, a number that may well reflect a lack of public reporting practices rather than waste practices. Regardless, the category of mismanaged waste includes dumps, rather than landfills, informal recycling, rather than municipal recycling, reuse and repair sectors, and waste that is not managed at all, basically, deviations from American styles of land use and waste management. Another way to interpret the figures is that the countries listed are those that least resemble the United States. Given these assumptions, it is not surprising that the model's projections have not held up. When they were tested in the Pearl River Delta in China, they overestimated plastic waste flowing into the marine environment by an order of magnitude. 127. There is a long history of judging a society's waste management as a proxy for its level of civilization. This discourse is fueled by dominant Western frameworks where human beings, both at an early age individually, and in societies at less developed phases of civilization, are profoundly coprophiliac. They love the sight and smell of their own wastes, or at any rate are not disgusted by them. But as civilization historically develops, these initial coprophiliac dispositions are brought under increasingly rigorous control, just as the child in the contemporary West is toilet-trained out of its initial lack of revulsion towards its own faces. 128. In short, from a colonial point of view, models of waste management are tied to ideas about civilization, European self-portraiture, and morality. The rigorous control of plastic wastes from a colonial perspective includes practices such as municipal curbside collection of trash and recyclables, industrial-scale recycling, and highly controlled and technical landfilling, the cultivation of a containment system based on assumed ontologies of separation. Historically, these models originate in U.S. systems and standards. The sanitary landfill was invented in Fresno, California, in 1935, around the same time that Streeter and Phelps were trying to manage sinks on the Ohio River. 129 practices of waste management that fall outside of this careful cultivation by containment are categorized as mismanaged by Jamek and colleagues. Whether the focus is on agriculture or waste practices, those who maintain subsistence modes of cultivation, for instance, are cast as in need of improvement through assimilation into a civilized, read English, population and ways of living. 130 They are in deficit and need to learn to manage better, or be managed. 131. The Jamek study is cited heavily in the Ocean Conservancy's 2015 report, Stemming the Tide, Land-Based Strategies for a Plastic-Free Ocean. 132 The report's key proposal is to burn 80% of the waste in coastal Asia, those countries listed in the Jamek study, to mitigate marine plastic pollution. To help this happen, they advocate changing national laws to allow foreign companies to build incineration infrastructure in the region. This is the new again face of waste colonialism. 133 Again, people do not have to be jerks to maintain and reproduce colonial relations. They can have benevolent environmental goals. They can be working to solve important scientific questions. If land relations are colonial, the solutions, initiatives, and studies that flow from those relations will also be colonial. Producing difference. The first time I presented the concept of pollution as colonialism, it was early 2018 and the Stanley verdict had just come down, like a ton of bricks, 2 days earlier. Saskatchewan farmer Gerald Stanley, settler, had been acquitted of any wrongdoing for shooting 22-year-old Colton Bushy, Cree, in the back of the head for trespassing on private land in 2016. As I presented theories of colonialism, I felt sick to my stomach with rage, grief, repulsion, and helplessness. The ability to end the life of indigenous people, black people, and people of color. 134 For being on land that is currently considered private property, or even common property such as sidewalks and city streets, follows similar logics as the right to pollute. 135 Pollution is about maintaining differentiation through appropriation and access to land, about keeping it reserved for settler goals and unavailable for other land relations. So, too, is shooting unarmed black, indigenous, and people of color. Activist geographer Laura Pulido, Chicanx, writes, land is thoroughly saturated with racism. There are at least two primary land processes to consider, appropriation and access. Appropriation refers to the diverse ways that land was taken from native people, as previously mentioned. Once land was severed from native peoples and commodified, the question of access arose, which is deeply racialized. Numerous laws and practices reserved land ownership for whites. 136 Some of these practices, like Stanley's, include guns. Others use pipelines. Still others measure the velocity of the Ohio River. They all guarantee colonial and settler access to land for colonial and settler goals. Aileen Moreton Robinson, Jinpul, Quandamuka First Nation, contends that property is best understood as a measure of what the white settler is capable of claiming as their own. 137 Pollution and wasting, of land, of life, does not just accrue value and right to access to whites and settlers. It produces whiteness and settlement. As law theorist Cheryl Harris, Black, has argued, the right to use and enjoyment, the reputational value, the power to exclude, are all characteristics of whiteness shared by various forms of property. Whiteness is an analog of property, 138, as it is a condition and producer of white subjectivities proper, civilized citizens. For all people, our ontological relationship to land is a condition of our embodied subjectivity, 139, whether that relationship is through private property, resource, kin, or land. I remember a Q&A session after Michelle Murphy, Métis, presented on colonialism and pollution at the Society for Social Studies of Science, FORS, where she asserted that even breathing had become a threat to black people, indigenous people, and people of color. 140. A white woman raised her hand and countered Murphy's arguments by saying she didn't feel threatened by breathing or pollution, even though both are ubiquitous. Rather than arguing against the point, the questioner proved it: breathing is only dangerous to some. 141. Unevenness is a defining feature of pollution. Toxicity is produced by and reproductive of different orders of life. Here, we articulate harm as that which disrupts order and existing relations, while also showing that toxic harm also maintains systems, including those that produce inequity and sacrifice. Then, we turn to toxic politics, struggles pertaining to power focused on which forms of life are strained or extinguished while other forms reproduce and flourish. More than just the contravention of an established order within a system, toxic harm can be understood as the contravention of order at one scale and the reproduction of order at another. For example, chronic low levels of arsenic in water interrupt the reproduction of fish but maintain the ability of mining companies to store mining tailings in open-air mounds. 142. Unevenness is not only a description of pollution and its harms, not only a side effect, and not remotely an accident. Unevenness is an accomplishment of pollution. It is its goal. The basics. I began this chapter by saying we would start with the basics: land, nature, resource, and property. I've attempted to denaturalize how these terms are usually used so the land relations that allow them to make sense become apparent. I hope I've explained it so that when you're on a call with the federal government and someone says that we should set a quantifiable limit to plastics in an environment, you can know this is about enclosure, access, private property, and whiteness. You might choose to tell just a small part of the story, perhaps about universalism, or maybe about maximum use of sinks so the scientists will understand without having to sit them down for days and days of stories. If you are reading this as an academic, expert, teacher, or storyteller, I think this is an important part of our jobs: discerning when to tell the whole story, when to tell parts, which parts to tell for which audiences, knowing that they interlock, but being able to pull the parts apart when needed. 143. This chapter is about modern environmental pollution, but it has also been crafted as an invitation for you to look at the structuring logic of your own discipline and forms of knowledge creation to see what its land relations are, what might be colonial about it, and which naturalized and seemingly benign techniques grant access, moralize maximum use, universalize, separate, produce property, produce difference, maintain whiteness. If our methodological interventions do not address land relations, then they don't address colonialism. We just end up with another study on mismanaged waste and another Stanley verdict. Let's do better. Not all pollution is colonial. This isn't a statement about its origins in imperialist hands or who its downstream recipients are. Pollution can be colonial without affecting indigenous people. As La Paperson argues, primitive accumulation involves not only the gathering of natural resources as assets but also externalizing the cost of the accumulation in the form of contaminated water, disease, and other traumas to the natural, non-propertied, that is indigenous, world. To be subject to anti-Indian technologies does not require you to be an indigenous person. There are and can be other ways of thinking about and enacting pollution, or not enacting it, that do not assume access to indigenous life, land, and bodies. This chapter will point to some of the already existing articulations of pollution otherwise. What is a chemical? In a basement room at the University of Waikato, Aotearoa, feminist thinker Michelle Murphy, Métis, asks a room full of, mostly, indigenous scholars, what is a chemical? 2. Murphy had just spoken about the aging imperial oil refinery in Sarnia's Chemical Valley on Amjionang First Nation land, link. Ing Financialization, 3. Infrastructure and Data Reporting Regulations. Murphy painted a picture not only of the power structures that maintain the petrochemical industry, but also of how indigenous uses of science and technology might leverage industry-produced data for anti-colonial ends. A few things were not mentioned: the scientific names, molecular structures, or individual and epidemiological effects of the chemicals in question. Instead, Murphy was showing that both pollution and its industrial chemicals are best understood not as wayward molecules, but rather as regimes of living, ways of living with and within colonial political economies, what I have been calling land relations. Murphy writes, chemical regimes of living, in which molecular relations extend outside of the organic realm and create interconnections with landscapes, production, and consumption, require us to tie the history of technoscience with political economy. For in short, industrial pollutants like carbon dioxide or marine plastics are not discrete actors, bad or otherwise, but a set of relations. Elizabeth Hoover, Mohawk/Mekamuk, describes these relations in her book The River is in Us. Hoover tells the story of how Akwesasne community members navigate the contamination of their land in a way that shows the inextricable ties between health, identity, day-to-day practices, tradition, family, and the environment, denaturalizing biomedical concepts of health and harm. Hoover's work moves toward understanding a shared history of sovereignty, capitalist encounters, resistance, and integrated innovation. 5. Taking my cue from Murphy's and Hoover's models of chemicals as complex relations rather than discrete and autonomous entities, this chapter looks at how chemical relations become apparent even in pollution science and toxicology, the forces that also invent chemicals as discrete bad actors. 6. As a science and technology scholar, I understand chemicals as models and metaphors that represent a particular understanding of the world rather than a faithful mirror of it, a kind of rendering, a partial representation that either abstracts from, or translates into another form, the real nature of the system or theory, or one that is capable of embodying only a portion of a system. 7. The way dominant science 8 understands chemicals often operates from a colonial worldview that privileges separation and discreteness within nature. In this worldview, the expert understands chemicals from a godlike, 9 above ital, and looking from the objective outside 10 scientific position. As a scientist, I also understand plastics as polymers characterized by long, strong molecular bonds that allow extreme longevity, even while they fragment down to the nanoscale. These polymer molecules allow monomers, shorter molecular chains, like bisphenol A, BPA, polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, and other endocrine-disrupting compounds, EDCs, to nest among their structure. Such a loose arrangement allows monomers to leave their polymer hosts and end up in landscapes and bodies, where their shapes mimic hormones and cause harm. I also understand them the way Murphy and Hoover do, as complex relations, as land. These understandings are not mutually exclusive or even at odds. This chapter weaves these two understandings together to move beyond the usual articulation of plastics and their chemicals as autonomous, wayward particles that cause harm to instead talk about scales of colonial violence. This is not an academic exercise. It is the groundwork we need to do anti-colonial science, research, and activism in ways that decrease the reproduction of colonial land relations by positing other types of relations with plastics. After articulating a theory of scale to help distinguish between harm, violence, and the different justices that address them, I will tell a story of bisphenol A, BPA, a common industrial chemical in polycarbonate and other plastics, to show how both colonial and anti-colonial moments exist in dominant science. While dominant science has the potential to operate in ways that understand Murphy's call to redefine chemicals, I show how most mainstream activism around plastic pollution does not. I end the chapter with examples of living with pollution in ways that are not generally anticipated by either dominant science or environmental activism, but that instead come out of anti-colonial land relations. Scale is not about relative size. Scale is about what relationships matter within a particular context. 11 For example, if you look at live skin cells under a microscope, you'd notice osmosis, flowy water movement, and other activities taking place within the cellular membrane. If you put away the microscope and look at the arm the skin cells come from, you'd notice goosebumps and tattoos. Even though arms are made of skin cells, they do not act like skin cells, and chopping an arm into little pieces does not produce skin cells, though it might produce a prison sentence. Cells and arms are fundamentally different things, even though they are intimately, inextricably related. Scale is a way to talk about this ontological shift, where the processes that matter, relations, are of a fundamentally different sort at different scales without severing relations that cross scales. My example from the introduction of the difference in your relations with your daughter versus the mail carrier is an example of scale. Who is closer? What kinds of relationships and obligations matter, depending on how close someone is? You can talk about the differences between types of kin as scale. One of the things I do as a scientist is describe the number of plastics ingested by fish, birds, and seals in human food webs. Atlantic cod around the island of Newfoundland have a plastic ingestion rate of 1.68%, meaning if you catch 100 cod, 2-ish of them will have ingested plastic. 12 That's my job. I get animal guts. 13 From hunters and fishers and look inside for plastics. One of the fish Clear has studied is silver hake, a white fish you might know best as the fake crab in sushi. With changing water temperatures, silver hake is starting to make its way up to the island of Newfoundland. But something weird happened. We looked in 134 silver hake guts and found 0 plastics. At first, I thought my students had made a mistake. I checked their work and it was good. We went to the literature that rarely, never, reported 0% ingestion rates to see if there were any other species that didn't ingest plastics too. See if we could explain the hake anomaly. We found something weird. On closer inspection, most scientific studies compiled multiple species together from a single region and provided an overall plastic ingestion rate. When we disentangled published data so that species were sorted out individually, we found that 41% of all fish species reported in the scientific literature did not ingest plastics. The 0% ingestion rates were being obfuscated by these regional groupings. Excited, we published a paper proudly proclaiming our finding now that we knew a 0% ingestion rate was common. 14 And then the hate mail poured in, accusing me 15 of working for the plastics industry and doing sketchy science, of having said that plastics don't cause harm. The problem with assuming that a 0% plastic ingestion rate is the same as saying that plastics are alright is what I call a scalar mismatch. It conflates relationships, specifically the foraging habits of one species of fish with the violence of a system that allows plastics to exist in every environment ever tested. The ubiquity of industrially produced plastics makes them bioavailable, available to be eaten, to the animals that live in nearly any environment, regardless of whether those animals also eat the plastics. In short, instead of focusing on harm, the effects of plastics on a particular species of fish, we can look at violence, which is the origin of potential harms. 16 Regardless of whether I find plastics in any given fish species, the pipeline that moves plastics into waterways remains the same. We can move from a question of harm that asks how much, a question based on threshold theories, to how and why questions about violence, the relational questions that matter at a different scale. Leaving silver hake for a moment, let's talk about BPA, a chemical found in hard plastics like water bottles and the shiny coating on cash register receipts. BPA has been linked to recurrent miscarriages, early onset puberty, early onset menopause, obesity, diabetes, cancer, decreases in reproductive health, and neurological disorders like early onset senility in adults and reduced brain development in children. 17 This list is all about harm. Let's scale up to violence. BPA is one of the highest volume industrial chemicals produced worldwide, with over 6 billion pounds produced each year and over 100 tons released into the atmosphere by yearly production. 18 BPA has been found in 91% of the tested Canadian population, 1993 to 95% of the tested US population, 2100% of tested fetal cord serum in California, 2198% of the tested elderly population in Sweden, 2297% of the tested Chinese population, 2398% of the tested Belgian population. 24 You get the statistical drift. BPA is water-soluble, meaning that the body metabolizes it and can excrete its metabolites, pee it out, within 6 hours. 25 Given how quickly it cycles out of the body, exposure to BPA must be ubiquitous for it to turn up in biomonitoring tests at such high rates. A study that eliminated common sources of BPA in a family's diet reduced their BPA by 66%, with the other 34% hypothesized to come from outside sources. The authors of the study noted that, even with control of the subjects' diets, it is difficult to determine exactly which of these changes in food sourcing and handling were responsible for the significant 66% exposure reductions we observed. 26 The ubiquity of BPA means its relations are operating on a scale different from those that matter for harm. The BPA present in 91% of Canadians doesn't guarantee biomedical harm to Canadians. Instead, its ubiquity is better understood as violence, a manifestation of the permission to pollute system that allows BPA to be found in nearly all those tested. You don't need to prove you're sick from BPA to make the argument that the ubiquitous contamination of people by an industrial chemical is fucked up. Instead of defining violence as a direct event of force or coercion, the concept of structural violence directly illustrates a power system wherein social structures or institutions cause harm to people in a way that results in maldevelopment or deprivation that constrains them from achieving the quality of life that would have otherwise been possible. 27 Structural violence affects different people differently, creating and solidifying social differences and stratification, the basis for reproductive injustice. The Native Youth Sexual Health Network, NYSHN, and its allies have been using and developing the term environmental violence to describe this phenomenon for nearly a decade. The NYSHN defines environmental violence as the disproportionate and often devastating impacts that the conscious and deliberate proliferation of environmental toxins SIC-28 and industrial development, including extraction, production, export, and release, have on indigenous women, children, and future generations, without regard from states or corporations for their severe and ongoing harm. Furthermore, since 2010, NYSHN's work around the term has fostered recognition of the ways it has evolved to not only include the biological reproductive impacts of industry, but also the social impacts. This work has been critical in recent years, as attention paid to the threats of industry in indigenous communities has tended to focus entirely on the biological health impacts of fracking and mining, or entirely on the sexual violence acts stemming from the male population booms of industry workers' camps. Rarely is attention paid to both types of impacts, with recognition of their intimate connection to the land. 29. Kyle Powys-White, Potawatomi, argues that climate change and other forms of using land as a sink systematically erase certain socio-ecological contexts, or horizons, that are vital for members of another society to experience themselves in the world as having responsibilities to other humans, non-humans and the environment. 30. Environmental violence is about who gets to erase or produce and how that is structured so that pollution becomes normal, even ubiquitous. Scientific methods for monitoring marine plastic pollution have the capacity to study up toward structures of violence. Instead of conducting baseline studies that focus on the weight, polymer, and type of plastics found in marine life, the #BreakFreeFromPlastic movement conducts brand audits in which contributors record the brand identities that appear on plastics found on shorelines. 31. The result is a tally of which companies produce the plastics in local environments. Von Hernandez, Filipino, #BreakFreeFromPlastics Global Coordinator, says, corporations cannot greenwash their role out of the plastic pollution crisis and put the blame on people, all the time. Our brand audits make it clear which companies are primarily responsible for the proliferation of throwaway plastic that's defiling nature and killing our oceans. Their brands provide undeniable evidence of this truth. 32. On Freedom Island, Philippines, 6 international brands are responsible for 53.8% of plastic packaging pollution. 33. These brands are Nestle, Unilever, PT Torabika Mayura, Procter & Gamble, Monde Nissin, and Colgate-Palmolive. To my knowledge, the findings of #Break Free from Plastics brand audits have not been replicated in any other scientific study. Time to start. Describing structural violence allows interventions to occur on the right scale to impact salient relationships. Though methodological discussions of studying up to investigate sources of violence, rather than focusing on harm and victimhood, occur almost exclusively in the social sciences, brand audits are one example of how the methodology is not discipline-specific and can take place in the natural sciences. Plastic relations. The remainder of this chapter investigates scales of harm and violence in what Michelle Murphy calls alter life, or the condition of being already co-constituted by material entanglements with water, chemicals, soil, atmospheres, microbes, and built environments, and also the condition of being open to ongoing becoming. Hence, alter life is already recompiled, pained, and damaged, but has potentiality nonetheless. If life holds together tensions between violence and possibility, braiding the organic and inorganic, body and land, and resides in the indistinct ions between infrastructures and ecologies, recognizing alter life attends also to openness, to a potential for recomposition that exceeds the ongoing aftermaths. 34. What kinds of science and activism are suited to an alter life characterized by ubiquitous and permanent pollution by plastics and their chemicals? How can these scientific and activist actions address violence, rather than only harm? At what scales do plastic relations work and how do we address them at the same scale? Working on these questions will give us some knowledge about the relationships that matter, scale, and lay the foundation for our anti-colonial work. The good news is that there is already considerable activity that exemplifies alter life living with plastic pollution. The strength of the curve. In 1982, some lab rats posed a problem. Scientists within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services National Toxicology Program carried out a series of experiments designed to determine whether selected chemicals produce cancer in animals. 35. The series included a study on BPA. Rats were fed BPA at levels between 1,000 and 10,000 parts per million, ppm, or 1,000 to 10,000 milligrams of BPA in 1 liter of water. Scientists found no convincing evidence that bisphenol A was carcinogenic for F344 rats or B6C3F1 mice of either sex, but found that all treated rats exhibited reduced body weight compared to controls. 36. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, the beneficiary of the report, believed that reduced body weights in rats were considered a direct adverse effect of exposure to bisphenol A. They used the study to determine a regulatory oral reference dose, RFD, for the chemical. 37. Oral reference doses measure assimilative capacities of bodies. 38. They are premised on the idea that thresholds of safety exist for certain toxic effects below which harm is not scientifically observed in cells, organs, organisms, or populations. 39. Except there was no evidence of threshold in the study. At the study's lowest dose, 50 mg mg/kg kg of body weight/day, rats exhibited reduced body weight. The EPA noted that the study failed to identify a chronic no observable adverse effect level, or threshold for reduced body weight. 40. No-ELs are one type of threshold measure based on assimilative capacity. It's the moment before adverse effects at the cellular or organ level are observed, and like Streeter and Phelps's oxygen sag, no-ELs are represented as sigmoid curves. The EPA used the study data to predict where the threshold would have occurred had lower doses been used, depending on the universality of the sigmoid curve that they assumed all toxic relationships exhibit. Based on this extrapolation, They set the maximum oral RFD for humans in the United States at 50 micrograms μg/kg of body weight/day. 41. This threshold is still in use today. In short, the EPA's confidence in the perfect regularity of toxicological sigmoid curves is the basis of the regulation designed to keep us safe today, even though there was no empirical evidence for the regulated quantity. 42. Challenging the curve. In another laboratory, this time in 1998 in Cleveland, Ohio, endocrinologist Patricia Hunt, unmarked, was studying genetic reproductive processes in rats, as one does. One day, 40% of her control rats, those not receiving test treatments, displayed a chromosomal abnormality in their eggs. 43. Something had contaminated the rats. Hunt tracked down the source of these anomalies. It was the water bottles in the laboratory with the floor cleaner. She and her team identified damaged caging material as the source of a chemical exposure, as they were able to recapitulate the meiotic abnormalities by intentionally damaging cages and water bottles by washing them in the new floor cleaner the janitorial staff had used, achieving identical results to the accidental exposure. 44. When custodial staff used new cleaner on the rat cages, the cleaner had released BPA from the polycarbonate bottles into the rat's water. Using the trace doses that matched the amount leaching from the water bottles, Hunt's lab found effects at their lowest tested dose of 20 nanograms, ng, per gram, g, 20 milligrams per kilogram, of body weight/day, well below the threshold set by the EPA in 1982. Not good. 45. In toxicological terms, an observable effect in rats at low doses but not at higher doses means that something is wrong with the threshold theory of harm. It is not just that the curve should be steeper, that the threshold is in the wrong place, or that more data is needed. Hunt's study brings into question toxicology's premise that the danger is in the dose. BPA's toxicity is not S-shaped, sigmoid, at all. Other toxicants also defy the S-shaped, threshold-producing curve created by Streeter and Phelps. Radiation and carcinogens can cause harm immediately upon contact, with a straight line between dose and harm rather than offering a threshold before harm occurs. 46. But BPA and its family of chemicals make curves that are neither S-shaped nor linear. If you start to dose rats with BPA at trace quantities and slowly increase the doses, you get a U-shaped or wiggly graph called a non-monotonic curve. 47. That until recently, was not considered plausible, and thus they were not published, reported, or interpreted as relevant biological phenomena. 48. That is, non-threshold theories of toxicity were inconceivable. While non-threshold phenomena like carcinogens and radiation were well plotted and examined, the unique genre of dose-response relationships engendered by chemicals like BPA was not initially legible within toxicology. 49. The dawning recognition that such BPA is not a toxin. It is a toxicant. This might seem like fussy science nerd semantics, but toxins, animals' poisons, and toxicants, industrially produced chemicals, operate at different scales, engender different relationships, have different modes of both harm and violence, and thus have different politics. 51. Toxins, the poisons produced by animals and plants, act at the cellular level. A cell is a thin envelope around a soup of enzymes and organelles. Most poisons work by upsetting the soup. For example, tetrodotoxin, the puffer fish poison popular on criminal forensic TV shows, works by blocking sodium from passing through nerve cell membranes. This breaks down action in cells, which breaks down functions of organs, which causes acute morbidity, then death. 52. Organs can handle some cell death caused by toxins before they stop working, making the S-shaped sigmoid curve. BPA is in a class of toxicants called endocrine disrupting chemicals, EDCs, many of which are found in plastics. EDCs include plasticizers such as BPA and phthalates, flame retardants like PCBs, and pesticides such as DDT and atrazine, among many others. EDCs are industrial toxicants that can participate in the body's endocrine, hormone, system by mimicking hormones. In simplified terms, hormones travel through the body until they encounter a receptor with a shape that complements their own. The hormone and receptor fit together like a lock and key, which signals the DNA in the cell to do whatever it's supposed to do. When an endocrine disruptor shaped similarly to a hormone binds to a receptor, a lot of things can happen. They can get stuck and block hormones from binding and unbinding. They can signal the DNA in the cell to get to work, example expressing genes or making proteins, or they can do nothing at all. This is a simplistic, biologically reductive way to describe what happens. 53. But the point is that, from the scientific perspective, eggs do not work like Boulonnais China shop toxin trespassers, wrecking things and spilling cell soup. They work as part of the system, disrupting it while allowing it to continue, resulting in things like recurrent miscarriages, early onset puberty, early onset menopause, obesity, diabetes, and neurological disorders such as early onset senility in adults, none of which are directly lethal. 54. This is the type of harm eggs do, but they are also parts of structures of violence. I've already mentioned that BPA is one of the highest volume industrial chemicals produced worldwide, with over 6 billion pounds produced each year and over 100 tons released into the atmosphere by yearly production. 55. To repeat, BPA is present in nearly all human bodies tested, even though it is water-soluble and is peed out in short order. Yet BPA is only one of many, many chemicals in consumer items and the environment. How many? We don't know. Perhaps you've seen the statistic that only 200 of the 84,000 chemicals used commercially have been tested for toxicity, harm to organelles, cells, organisms, etc., but that number is in an unverifiably large ballpark. 56. The United Nations Environment Programme's Chemical Outlook report currently estimates the worth of the global chemical industry as $5 trillion. It is expected to double by 2030, though the program does not provide figures. On tonnage per SE 57, we know that global chemical supply chains are growing exponentially. Global production rates for plastics are estimated to increase to about 2,000 million tons per year by 2050. 58. Though the data is dispersed and incomplete, one estimate states that half of all plastics made throughout history has been produced between 2004 and 2017, and while this figure is based as much on charisma as math, it does illustrate exponential growth. 59. In terms of toxicity, of chemicals that were tested, an estimated 62% of the chemicals consumed in 2016 were categorized as hazardous to health, by volume, impacting at least 1.6 million lives, an acknowledged underestimate. 60. Even when these chemicals are tested for toxicological signs of harm in laboratories, they are rarely if ever tested for their behavior over time, their degree of chronic exposure, or in contexts where they interact additively with other chemicals, called the cocktail effect, meaning that there is little knowledge of how they act in real-life scenarios. Given that industrial chemicals and toxicants are used in an estimated 96% of manufactured goods, 61. We are talking about structural issues of exposure that cannot be addressed by focusing on health and harm. The scale and ontology of toxicants, unlike toxins, is about the power to pollute. In addition to their scales of production, the structural violence of toxicants stems from the dominance of the threshold model of pollution, which systematically erases certain socio-ecological contexts, or horizons, 62 that are vital for kinds of relations that are not industrial. Colonization is not just about having access, it is also about eliminating other types of relations that might threaten that access. 63 Yet some scientists, like Patricia Hunt, have been pushing back against the threshold theory of harm. Following de Liboiron, diasporic Indian, natural science has its own methods of reflexivity and relationality. She writes, what if biological reductionism was not seen as an end to scientific knowledge but instead as a means to connect more intimately to multiple microscopic and molecular material actants that make up the world within and around us? What if learning how to see the world was also about learning how to encounter that world? 64 In the case of BPA, Dominant science has provided its own critique of the hallmarks of colonial science, including autonomy, discreteness, and separation by seeing contaminants differently. Hunt and other scientists who specialize in hormones have challenged the threshold theory of harm in large part because of the scale of their scientific inquiry, how they work within certain relations. Hunt recounts how she approached dose when her rats were contaminated. "We are geneticists, so we were interested in the lowest levels of the chemical that would affect cellular processes. Most toxicologists would have gone up on the assumption that, if a little is bad, higher doses should be even worse. Of course, this isn't how hormones work. Hormones work at very low levels, and BPA mimics the hormone estrogen. 65 hormones have effects at the picomolar to nanomolar range, so small as to be measured by the number of molecules, while toxicology studies happen in the parts per million or billion range, typically measured in milligrams. For reference, if you divided a paperclip 66 weighing 1 gram into 1,000 pieces, each would be a milligram. Moles are a chemical numerical unit that works a little differently. 1 mole is 6.02 times 1023 molecules or atoms of a substance. You need about 56 paperclips to make a mole of paperclip. 67. If you then divided that pile of paperclips into a trillion pieces, it would be a picomole. In the first example of milligrams, you're hanging out with paperclip dust. With picomoles, you end up with molecules instead of bits of paperclip. This is a shift in scale, not just relative size, as scientists like Patricia Hunt, Laura Vandenberg 68, Unmarked, and many others have found that BPA causes harm at picomole doses below those used in traditional toxicological studies 69 that use milligrams. These low doses 70 are within the range of typical human exposure. 71. One of the things that allowed scientists across disciplines at the turn of the 20th century to produce sigmoid curves for the threshold model of pollution was a shift in how they understood disease. In contrast to the miasma theory of disease, which held that bad or smelly air negatively influenced bodies to get sick, new models treated chemicals, germs, and other causes of harm as discrete, with the capability of autonomous action, allowing a scientist to track their influence independently of other relations. 72. As environmental historian Linda Nash, Unmarked, has written, in toxicology research the environment was reduced to a set of discrete chemicals. In fact, the environment of the laboratory is carefully constructed so that agency can be ascribed solely to the chemical under study. Other factors are purposefully eliminated. As bacteriology had collapsed the agency of nature into the agency of a specific pathogen, so modern toxicology had collapsed it into the agency of a specific chemical. 73. This model of discreteness does not work well for ethics. Even if you can isolate a particular hormone within the body's soup of hormones, one hormone or endocrine disruptor does many things, so the effects are not discrete, even if the agents are. For example, in concert with other hormones, estrogens maintain memory functions, influence fat stores, support lung and heart function, promote mental health, and influence the regulation of metabolism, protein synthesis, blood coagulation, salt and water retention, the development of sexual organs, and the sex drives and fertility of all sexes. 74. Locating the effect of an estrogen mimic such as BPA is difficult, if not impossible, and is certainly misled. There are about 90 different hormones, and up to 800 chemicals are known or suspected to be EDCs. 75. In a body, these chemicals and hormones may interact additively, multiplicatively, or antagonistically in what is commonly referred to as the cocktail effect. 76. The cocktail effect is akin to drinking alcohol, ingesting NyQuil, smoking cannabis, and falling down the stairs in quick succession. While some injuries can be easily assigned to the stairs or one of the specific substances, others are impossible to sort out because all are acting at once, and each chemical changes the behaviors of the others. 77. Paired with the cocktail effect, the ubiquity of EDCs and plastics also trouble models of discreteness. Nash argues, when investigators spoke of exposure pathways, they implied that such pathways were narrow routes of entry that could be regulated, tracked, or even blocked. The surface of the body was assumed to be well defined, a boundary between the individual and the outside world that was breached only in specific instances, and exposure itself was assumed to be finite and discrete rather than an ongoing process that involved multiple chemicals on trees, in air, in water, in food. 78 Yet many scientific studies have found that exposure to EDCs is chronic and continuous, as mentioned above. 79 EDC action also defies expectations that chemicals act at a discrete moment in time, usually at the moment of exposure. In the years since Hunt found that BPA leached from her rats' water bottles into their bodies, she has continued to study the chemical. Hunt became particularly interested in how BPA interacts with developmental processes. In 2007, she released a study in which her lab exposed pregnant mice to BPA just as the ovaries in their fetal offspring were developing. When those fetuses grew up, 40% of their eggs were abnormal. 81 moment of exposure affected 3 generations simultaneously even though some of those generations didn't exist yet. These intergenerational effects can be understood as artifacts of changes in the genetic structure produced by hormone-mimicking chemicals. But this form of knowledge, this type of understanding, is strictly laboratory knowledge and doesn't work outside of that space. Outside of the lab, intergenerational exposure across 3 generations takes so many routes, with such extreme latency between exposures and effect, that it is impossible to study them in context. Everyday exposures exceed a causal model. There is no straight line between exposure and effect, particularly given the cocktail of chemicals that bodies are exposed to, the latency of their effects, and the multitude of potential endpoints. Instead of understanding intergenerational effects in terms of laboratory results, we can understand them as relations. As geneticist Catherine Crocker, Kanza, has written, our history is neither written by nor coded into our DNA, but it is nevertheless scrawled and carved into us like graffiti. Some things fade quickly but other events last longer, or are temporarily obscured only to resurface generations later, powerful beyond what we have been taught to expect. Biologists used to have a comfortable dogma. We believed that everything about an organism could be found somewhere in its DNA. That is not wrong, but neither is it the whole story. Now I am here in the Natural Sciences building, having discovered a new function of hormones in crickets. What I, an indigenous woman and a scientist in defiance of every obstacle, have found is not limited to crickets. Researchers studying humans have found that our hormones, too, transcend generations and genes. What I have found may be new to biologists, but not to the peoples of what settlers call the New World. We have known for hundreds of generations that we carry our histories within us. They are part of who we are. 81 Crocker articulates an approach that might be described as the opposite of the separated, discrete, and individualized action that characterizes nature and its sciences. Crocker's scientific research, along with that of Hunt and many others, eschews colonial models in favor of other models. Hunt's work shows that anti-colonial models do not have to be indigenous, like Crocker's. There are many ways to ensure that thresholds for allowable pollution, the separation of nature and culture, the reservation of the future for settler goals, the consignment of non-Europeans to the back room of civilization, and a fetish for management and ontological discreteness are not reproduced. There are many ways to ensure that other ways of understanding chemicals and pollution flourish. For this reason, plastics are an ideal pollutant to upset dominant norms of pollution. Their industrial, intergenerational, and ubiquitous relations make a lot of room for understanding and doing things differently. Scales of action that address plastics violence. I am going to assume that some readers will be invested in making change in the world, whether that is through environmental activism or within dominant science. For this, we need to be specific in the relationalities we are taking up, decrying, and changing, including L/land relations. Purity activism as scalar mismatch. One of the most common interventions into plastic pollution by environmental activists and advocacy groups is consumer avoidance, Don't buy water bottles with BPA in them, buy this other polycarbonate water bottle instead. Spoiler, manufacturers often replace BPA with a structurally identical chemical called BPS. Recall that it is the structure of eggs, which are shaped like hormones, that allows them to do their unique toxicological work in bodies. BPS is shaped similarly to BPA and thus acts similarly to BPA. 82 Even if you swap out your plastic bottle for a glass one, you still have BPA coming in from cash register receipts, paper bills, the lining of canned food, and epoxies. Avoidance, based on the concept of the possibility of separating human, body, and, polluted, nature, is a scalar mismatch. 83 Where problems and their proposed solutions occur at different scales and do not affect the relationships that matter. Purity relations based in discreteness and separation do not scale for plastics. 84 The move from harm to violence helps register the scale of plastic pollution. The scales of problems and the scales of proposed interventions must match if they are to bear on the same thing. Avoidance, consumer choice, and technological fixes respond to scales that miss one crucial relationship in plastic pollution: production. If some amount of plastics will always leak out of infrastructures and into oceans, total intentional avoidance of BPA would still result in body burdens of over 30%, enough to cause harm. 85 If plastics and their chemicals are found in tap water, beer, the Arctic, and fetuses, then the relationships we should be looking at are not at the end of the pipe, but in how plastics go into the pipe to begin with. 86 In the introduction, I noted that plastics have been otherwise. You'll see that figure 2.2, showing the increase in plastics production, starts just prior to 1950, even though plastics have been around since the late 19th century. There were plastics before there were mass-produced plastics, but those plastics are never, ever featured on any graphs of plastic production. 87 They simply weren't produced in a way that warrants depiction. The ubiquity of plastics was not inevitable. Though plastic production has been increasing exponentially since the 1950s, there are two wee wiggles in the graph that show when production fell, if only for a moment. These moments of decline point to the types of relationships that matter at the scale of plastic production and, thus, of pollution. The first dip happened in the mid-1970s, when the energy crisis meant that raw feedstocks of plastics were not as readily available as they had been. The second coincides with the 2008 financial crisis. Recall that scale is a way to talk about which relations matter within a specific context. We can monitor plastics in the environment and on consumer shelves all we want, but plastics only come from one place: industry. If interventions into plastic pollution have no impact on extraction, financialization, or industry's access to capital, then they aren't going to be effective. Interventions that do not address plastics production can maintain and even secure land as standing reserves for plastics, see Chapter 1. 88. Muddying harm for violence. Though plastics cause harm, they also host lives. I'm often asked about bacteria or fungi that eat plastics, and isn't that a great way to clean up the oceans and landfills? No. If plastic-eating bacteria or fungi actually scaled to the point that they could address these plastics, they would also be eating the plastics in bridges, airplanes, automobiles, pacemakers, and buildings. Everyday infrastructure would be crumbling around us, like a B-horror movie. Plastics undergird and prop up most urban, many rural, and even bodily infrastructures. They literally support life. On a trip across the North Atlantic Gyre, colleagues, all settlers/unmarked, and I came across fishing ropes and a buoy snarled into a ball. It acted as a fish aggregator, providing shade for larger fish and a platform for microalgae and microbes to grow, hosting a small but thriving ecosystem. The fish beneath the plastics were species that usually live close to land, among coral, but the plastics had provided a similar habitat thousands of miles from shore. Using scanning electron microscopy and gene sequencing, scientists have found more than 1,000 types of bacterial cells on ocean plastic samples. 89 tiny plastic pieces are home to plants, algae, and bacteria, the animals that feed on them, the predators that feed on these, and other organisms that establish synergistic relationships. Scientists call this unique ecosystem the plastosphere. Sitting in our boat, we faced an ethical question: do we take the tangled plastics out of the water, killing the life on and around it, or do we leave them in as the supporting structure of a functioning ecosystem? 90 Are the animals full of X? Probably. Do the chemicals associated with plastics have health effects? Likely. 91 Were the individuals and overall ecosystem alive and thriving? Yes. I have lost count of the number of academic presentations, usually in the humanities and social sciences, that use artist Chris Jordan's, unmarked, photographs of albatross carcasses on Midway Atoll with plastics in their rotting guts. The assumption in these presentations is always that the birds have died from ingesting the plastic, and the point is always that the Earth 92 is in peril. But albatross do not tend to die from ingesting those plastics. Scientists noticed the plastics in albatross long before Chris Jordan did, and they have been studying this for decades. Here's one finding, in a study on Sand Island, Midway Atoll. In 1987, no Lyson albatross chick deaths, impact ions, or ulcerations in proventricular stomach linings were attributed to ingested plastic. 93 Here's another. In a 14-year study of plastic ingestion by seabirds, scientists found no evidence that seabird health was affected by the presence of plastic, even in species containing the largest quantities, and the study results are not evidence of a cause and effect link between plastic ingestion with chick death. While it is possible that the death of healthy chicks may result from ingested plastic, it is also possible that unhealthy chicks eat greater amounts of plastic from the ground as a result of their poor condition. 94 While seabird populations are declining faster than any other group of birds 95 in the world, the Lyson albatross population increased from an estimated 18,000 pairs in 1923 to 590,000 pairs in 2005. 96 On the Midway Atoll. They are now considered one of the most successful seabird species in the world. It's believed that they have reached their carrying capacity for the islands where most of the photos of their carcasses come from. 97 So why all the dead albatross? It's natural, even natural. Albatross are categorized as a K-selected species, as are humans, meaning they have relatively stable populations characterized by members that live to be quite old and produce a few young every year, most of whom die. This high rate of death for young albatross is normal. For young albatross on Midway Atoll, morbidity can be substantial with 1,000 plus chicks dying per day. 98 This has happened since time immemorial, since before plastics. It's just that now, when they die, they have also ingested plastics. There is no scientific evidence for causal effect between the two. This does not mean that their ingestion of plastics doesn't involve types of harm that exceed science or that plastics are totally fine for birds to eat, but that ingested plastics are not the determining factor in these birds' deaths. To conflate bad relations, plastics in bellies, with scientific harm, the cause of mortality, not only misidentifies which relations matter, but also, from a scientific perspective, misidentifies where albatross are facing mortality by plastics, which is via bycatch from line fishing. 99 That means that the iconic photos of albatross, which ingest some of the highest rates of plastics of any species, are images of survival and success, not peril and doom. Albatross are all about Murphy's alter life, the condition of being already co-constituted by material entanglements with water, chemicals, soil, atmospheres, microbes, and built environments, and also the condition of being open to ongoing becoming. They are the life that holds together tensions between violence and possibility, braiding the organic and inorganic, body and land, and thus represent an openness to a potential for recomposition that exceeds the ongoing aftermaths. 100 In short, albatross are effing stars. To use albatross bodies as tokens of damage instead of signs of alter life is not only incorrect and a missed opportunity, it is rude. 101 It misses the wider relations, the land relations, of albatross and plastics, and turns them into a resource for shock, awe, and charismatic academic presentations. Please, stop. Thank you. Plastics are land. Elizabeth Hoover has conducted research with people in the Mohawk community of Akwesasne about their fish consumption practices in the face of ongoing advisories recommending that people not eat fish contaminated with polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs. PCBs are EDCs that have historically been used as flame retardants in plastics and other materials. Hoover explains that some people choose to eat the fish regardless of the advisories. We give thanks for that food and we have to use it. I mean, it doesn't make sense scientifically, but it makes sense spiritually and mentally that you should eat that, you know. You can't just put it aside and say, well, the fish's work is not good enough, or something, you know. They're still given out what their original instructions were, and it's us that are at fault. It's our fault that they're like that, you know. 102 In the context of these relations and obligations to land, it makes sense to some people to eat contaminated food. The stakes of not eating the food are cultural genocide, 103 where the languages, practices, knowledge, and thus relations with land are killed 104 to the point that they are no longer reproduced by successive generations. In an interview between Hoover and Henry Lickers, Mohawk, at Akwesasne, Lickers talks about how the language, culture, knowledge, social relations, and practices surrounding tying knots in fishing nets are interrelated, and how these things can be erased when fish consumption advisories make the nets useless. People forget, in their own culture, what you call the knot that you tie in a net. And so, a whole section of your language and culture is lost because no one is tying those nets anymore if people don't eat the fish. The interrelation between men and women, when they tied nets, the relationship between adults or elders and young people, as they tied nets together, the stories. That whole social infrastructure that was around the fabrication of that net disappeared. 105 These interviews show how land relations do not separate out like relations with nature. As Hoover argues in The River is in Us, the greatest health effects of pollution are seen outside of chemical exposures and are thus not included in risk assessments. The environmental contamination in Akwesasne has negative impacts on the cultural, social, and physical health of the community beyond those directly related to the ingestion of fish. 106 Here, pollution, language, eating, and obligation are part of the same bundle. This not only changes what a chemical is, but also transforms what appropriate responses to contamination look like. Land relations, including colonial ones, are alter-life relations. The question is what kinds of lives and life worlds are being reproduced in those relations, and which are not. Murphy calls this reproductive justice. She reminds us, reproduction itself is not a good, rather, it is a process of supporting some things and not others. 107 And as such it is important to rework reproduction to conceptualize how collectivities persist and redistribute into the future and to query what gets reproduced, including the uneven relations and infrastructures that shape what forms of life are supported to persist, thrive, and alter, and what forms of life are destroyed, injured, and constrained. 108 As such, reproductive justice is the struggle for the collective conditions for sustaining life and persisting over time amid life-negating structural forces, and not just the right to have or not have children. Reproductive justice is thus inseparable from environmental justice, anti-racism, and anti-colonialism. 109 This is why using photos of albatross to denote destruction rather than the presence of sustained and persisting life is so rude. This is why eating contaminated fish is life, as is not eating contaminated fish, from another point of view. Purity is not an option here. Plastics are already in land relations. Sean Wilson, Cree, writes about an elder discussing his computer. He went on to say, "This machine here is made from Mother Earth. It has a spirit of its own. This spirit probably hasn't been recognized and given the right respect that it should. When we work in a world of automated things, we forget that. Everything is sacred, and that includes what we make. 110 Zoe Todd, Métis, similarly writes about oil as land. We may go the way of the dinosaurs, and it will be because the dominant human ideological paradigm of our day forgot to tend with care to the oil, the gas, and all of the beings of this place. Forgot to tend to relationships, to ceremony, in all the plurality of ways this may be enacted, to the continuous co-constitution of life worlds between humans and others. 111 Both Wilson's elder and Zoe Todd are also talking about plastics, since computers are made of plastics, and since oil and gas are the raw feedstock for plastics and many of their associated chemicals. My use of Wilson's, Todd's, and Hoover's words to show how plastics and toxicants are land is not an invitation for settlers to put plastics are land on their PowerPoint slides instead of those pictures of albatross. Indigenous land relations, delicious as they may be for thinking with or drawing upon, are not for consumption or appropriation by settlers. 112 In earlier drafts of this chapter, I had framed the discussion around the thesis that plastics are kin, but I changed this after conversations with various indigenous thinkers and elders about complex issues of kin-making with bad kin and the already rampant fetishization of non-humans as kin by academics as acts of possession and redemption. I removed conversations that were not fit or ready for public consumption, changing the chapter to Plastics Are Land. But even that left a lot of room for creepiness, so I instead reframed the chapter around scale as relationships that matter, with only a small introduction to land-plastic relations with an indigenous frame, here. When I say creepy, I'm not being glib. Creepiness is a relation directed by the intense desire of one party toward another, with that desire so obfuscated, unknowable, or such a bad fit that the originating desires do not quite make sense to the object of desire and can even constitute violation. The increasingly popular academic conversations among and emanating from settlers about kin and land are hella creepy. I can never tell what most people mean by kin or land, especially because both are usually positioned as inherently good. 113, which is weird if you have any experience with family members or whether, to name two obvious manifestations of kin and land that can be monumentally shitty and even dangerous. This is why I offer scale. It scaffolds a lesson on the specificity of relations that larger concepts of kin and land require without easily slipping into fetishism or claiming someone else's land relations. Hopefully the concept of scale as an analytic to suss out which relationships matter in different contexts is useful both to readers who have strong desires to understand kin and land but not a lot of teaching on the topics, as well as to readers who have lived in these lessons through community for generations and are well-versed participants in land and kin. We do not need to appropriate indigenous land relations as a resource to think about and then enact anti-colonial land relations, of which there are many. When I say plastics are land, I lean on Wilson, Todd, and Hoover to show how this is already possible and in fact common in some worlds, but this is not the only way that plastics can be in anti-colonial land relations. Different L/lands live together all the time, not always well, but they do. 114 Knowledge systems such as political ecology, cultural geography, and environmental justice are just some of the ways to look at how systems of value and knowledge animate relations. Scale is another. To return to the discussion from this book's Introduction on the Problem of a Universal, Human-Wide We, the lessons from plastics and their myriad relations at different scales, along with the many different lands that exist in tandem with them, afford us a focus on responsibility, the obligation to enact good relations as scientists, scholars, readers, and to account for our relations when they are not good. And you can't have obligation without specificity. 115 Lands, with or without capitalization, and relations, whether understood from indigenous worldviews or not, are always about specificity, about the relations that matter in each context. Where are plastics in the various land relations around you, reader? What can plastics teach you? What is a chemical where you are? Every morning when I put on my lab coat, I have decisions to make. How will we do science today? How will we work against scientific premises that separate humans from nature, that envision natural relations as universal, and that assume access to indigenous land, especially when so much of our scientific training has primed us to reproduce these things. These are not theoretical questions, they are practical questions, questions of method and ethics, hyphenated because they are the same thing. Critique is important one, but it can only take you so far when you are a practitioner trying to do work in a good way. In Molecular Feminisms, de Roy, Diaspora Indian, 2 recounts how her commitments to the laboratory presented challenges of actually trying to apply feminist epistemologies and methodologies at the level of practices at the lab bench. 3 Roy chose to address some big questions that both feminist scientists and scientist feminists may have in common. How do we continue with science after the critiques of science? How do we work toward biology that we desire? How are we to encounter matter? How can we bring questions of context with us when we do encounter this matter? How can we reconfigure the relationship between the scientific knower and what is to become the known? 4 Likewise, feminist scientist Banu Subramaniam, Indian, 5 asks how to bring about the goal of feminist science studies to develop an experimental practice and method that does not overdetermine or prefigure its conclusions and instead makes room for imagination and gusto, reflexivity and reconstruction, in experimental biology. 6 Roy and others show that a commitment to doing science in a feminist way places critique in a unique relationship to scientific method. As feminist geographers Nadine Schurman, unmarked, and Geraldine Pratt, unmarked, write, how critique is expressed, as well as what its objectives are, is critical to achieving changes in any research area. We start from the position that many of the critiques of geographic information systems, GIS, have aimed to demonstrate what is wrong with this subdiscipline of geography rather than engaging critically with the technology. Critics have judged the processes and outcomes of GIS as problematic without grounding their criticism in the practices of the technology. This follows a pattern of external critique in which the investigator has little at stake in the outcome. External critiques tend to be concerned with epistemological assumptions and social repercussions, while internal critiques have focused on the technical. But there is a further difference. Internal critiques have a stake in the future of the technology while external ones tend not to. We argue for a form of critique that transcends this binary by tackling and framing assumptions while remaining invested in the subject. To be constructive, critique must care for the subject. 7 Care for the subject of critique is part of feminist methodologies. 8 The most useful definition of care I've heard was articulated by Clear member Emily Simmons, Métis, during a lab meeting. 9 We were talking about killing animals for science and how to kill in a good way. Simmons spoke of care as an effective relation whose leading ethic is to create attachments within infrastructures of inequity. These attachments are best described as obligations. What I like about this working definition is that it allows things like genocidal residential schools to be about care. Missionary care was often well-intentioned, part of the save the man, kill the Indian Christian and settler state logics of colonial paternalism and annihilation. 10 They certainly made, violently, effective relations that made, blistering, attachments in infrastructures of, colonial, genocidal, inequity that the schools understood as their, Christian, obligation. From the position of conquest, of people, land, and souls, genocidal care is an obligation. As feminist scholars Erin Martin, unmarked, Natasha Myers, settler, and Anna Visu, unmarked, point out, practices of care are always shot through with asymmetrical power relations. Care organizes, classifies, and disciplines bodies. Colonial regimes show us precisely how care can become a means of governance. 11 Care is not inherently good. 12 It is an uneven relation and can contribute to and/or mitigate unevenness. This is a crucial framing for attempting to change dominant science. 13 While wearing a lab coat. All science has L/land relations, as discussed in the previous chapters. Some of these relations are colonial and we have to maneuver within them, there is no blank slate to start from. I remember doing my first plastic ingestion study on Dovickies, not as a clear member, but training under ornithologists. Over 200 dovickies had been wrecked in a storm, meaning they died as a group, likely after being blown into a cliff and then drowning in the water below. At first, I thought the tiny, red, narrow fragments I found in their bellies might be plastics. What else is that red in nature? But then I saw the larger branched structure they'd come from some kind of seaweed. I learned to hold judgment on unfamiliar things until I went through more dovickie guts and thus more of the environment they lived and ate in. Those clear plastic films. Bits of shrimp exoskeletons. I could learn about underwater landscapes I'd never been to through the dovickie's gizzards. Plastics were part of those landscapes. Especially green fishing line. The warm feelings I had from learning about underwater landscapes stopped short when suddenly it occurred to me to ask, how did we get these birds? Did our collaborator just take them? Did we get permission? Accessing landscapes, underwater or otherwise, suddenly seemed shitty. 14 Civic Laboratory for Environmental Action Research, CLEAR, is the land-based, feminist, and anti-colonial environmental science lab I direct with between 5 and 25 collaborators. In CLEAR, we mostly count plastics. These plastics are often in the gastrointestinal tracts of animals caught for food, but we also sample plastics in water, in sediments, in ice and snow, and on shorelines. Many pollution scientists create counts that make thresholds seem like properties of nature. 15 units of pollution are fine but 16 is too many, see Chapter 1. But there are also ways to count that further in epistemology where the relationship with something is more important than the thing itself. Inherent in this concept is the recognition that this person, object or idea may have different relationships with someone. This chapter shows how this can happen in a marine laboratory that is well ensconced in dominant and Western science while also conducting anti-colonial science. I've been working as an apprentice with a group of ornithologists, picking plastics out of the bellies of starved dovickies. We process more than 100 birds, but one dovickie surprises us, D156, our 156th dovickie. I call over the biology student working with me to witness the number of plastics I am pulling out. 7, 8, 9. Until now, about a third of the birds have ingested plastics, but only 1 to 3 plastics on average. 32, 33, 34. We pull out 50 plastics. Oddly, many are burned. We talk about D156 for days. Maybe she got into a campfire and ate up its ashes. Maybe she got separated and then united with her flock. Maybe she was the only one who chose to eat items that weren't food when she was starving. When it comes time to analyze the data, the rest of the research team call her an outlier and talk about leaving D156 out of the study, both because of her high number of ingested plastics, but also because of the odd burned plastics she ingested. I argue that D156 is an extreme but quintessential example of plastic ingestion, and while she had a different eating pattern than her flock, she was still very much part of that flock and its collective behaviors. D156 stays in the final paper but is called an outlier. 16 The burned plastics are mentioned in the paper but are separated from D156 and her high plastic count, so they stand alone, in aggregate and without context. D156 isn't even named. Now that I run my own lab, we wouldn't have called her an outlier and likely would have given her more of a holistic portrait. Maybe like the one you just read. The existence of D156 presented us with a series of questions: do we include the outlier, or not? Why? What kind of world do we describe either way, and to what ends? If we choose to include it, how? Do we use the statistical definition of an outlier, which depends on a normal curve, or do we note that D156 was different? I'd never thought of outliers in this way before, though I was a feminist the whole time. Through our handling of dead birds, little red organic or plastic bits, specimen bags, tweezers, and the statistics of outliers, we find that we must be accountable to these things and their worlds in ways that don't always show themselves when we are theorizing at our desks and handling keyboards and books. Thinking at desks is still a way of doing, of course. 17 But when your hands are in someone's guts, unanticipated issues tend to present themselves. How? Understanding accountability in practice through practice is a core strength of making and doing as a methodology in science and technology studies, STS, a mode of scholarship that involves attending not only to what the scholar makes and does but also to how the scholar and the scholarship get made and done in the process. 18 The question of how is CLEAR's main concern. Scientists count plastics in animal guts with some regularity. How will we do it? Statistics happen every day. How will we do ours? And how will they be in good L/land relations? How will we do science in an anti-colonial way, rather than merely with anti-colonial intent? This question of how is common in STS, which often asks how, exactly, is knowledge made? How does laboratory knowledge come to be? Through what inscriptions, conversations, or bumps against the machine? I don't mean this kind of how. 19 For CLEAR, we mean to ask how the way Vanessa Watts, Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee, means it. She talks about the way dominant settler understandings of agency and world-making practices remove the how and why out of the what. The what is left empty, readied for inscription. The man-made sick distinction between what and how/why is not an innocent 120 because it leaves the discovery of the how in the human domain. This is true even in what are called multi-species and non-human encounters in academia, meaning that, although the dirt/soil has been granted entrance into the human web of action, it is still relegated to a mere unwitting player in the game of human understandings. 21 Like a pet, always loved but certainly in deficit. These are nature relations that maintain separation, rather than Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee land relations, see Chapter 1. Damn, I love that article. How as accountability. We mean how the way Sean Wilson, Cree, means it when he says the shared aspect of an indigenous ontology and epistemology is relationality. Relationships do not merely shape reality, they are reality. The shared aspect of an indigenous axiology, ethics and methodology doing is accountability to relationships. 22 Here, how is not a process. Careful. This is the tricky bit. How is a genre of relationality based in obligation. 23 As educator Dwayne Donald, Cree, explains, this form of relationality is an ethical stance that requires attentiveness to the responsibilities that come with a declaration of being in relation. 24 In a cosmology based on relationality as accountability, Wilson reminds us that right or wrong, validity, statistically significant, worthy or unworthy, value judgments lose their meaning. What is more important and meaningful is fulfilling a role and obligations in the research relationship, that is, being accountable to your relations. 25 This does not mean that relations exist and you are accountable to them through your actions, but rather that things are constituted by these relations, as articulated in much science and technology studies, and that accountability is the way to describe that constitution, which is common in many indigenous theories. When I think about the how of our science, I think about something my mentor and elder Rick Chavala, Kumeyaay, recalls his mother saying, taking a chocolate bar out of your back pocket is a prayer. It's not that she loved chocolate in a holy way. I think, she is saying that everything you do is a prayer, where prayer shows and reinforces our obligations and gratitude to land. CLEAR member Edward Allen, Kablunangajuk, explains it another way. Ceremony is about teaching and learning, and it reinforces and perpetuates what is meaningful to us. Ceremony can be prescriptive or a regular part of the maintenance of our well-being. With the danger of oversimplifying it, ceremony is an enactment of our values, guiding principles, and our prayers. Our prayers are the acknowledgement of what is sacred, and what is sacred is how we are connected to everything else. 26. Including back pockets and chocolate bars, Excel sheets, and lab benches. This is what we mean by the how of science. We mean making and doing ceremony in science. The other part of how is its undoing. As Law Paperson writes, how is a question you ask if you are concerned with the mechanisms, not just the motives, of colonization. Instead of settler colonialism as an ideology, or as a history, you might consider settler colonialism as a set of technologies, a frame that could help you to forecast colonial next operations and to plot decolonial directions. 27 As Chapter 1 illustrated, scientists don't have to be racist or intentionally imperial to reproduce and enforce colonial land relations that use land as a resource, flattening and hoarding its relations for colonial goals while maintaining the violent erasure of indigenous relations and bodies. Streeter and Phelps simply made some measurements that showed how rivers can assimilate pollution. So, too, with anti-colonialism. It can also be understood as a set of technologies, or even protocols, that make different land relations. Because colonialism is ongoing and must be maintained, these mechanisms are a crucial way to think about anti-colonial work. They are at the core of Clear's theory of change. Protocol. To center how, Clear focuses on L/land relations at the scale of protocol. Yes, we think about, and survive, genocide, missing and murdered indigenous women and girls, and land theft, but when you're standing at the bench with a beaker in your hand, those questions are hard to bring to earth. Protocol helps with this. When I say protocol, I use its double meaning in both science and ceremony to mean the manner in which one approaches each and every element in our space 28 as a manifestation of our values, survival, and goals, as axiology in practice. In a scientific laboratory, protocols are the scripts you follow to keep your controls controlled, your science replaceable, and your findings valid. Step 1. Tie back your hair and put on gloves to avoid contamination. Step 2. Rinse the outside of the specimen bag in water before placing it in the sieve. Protocol also refers to guidelines for conduct during ceremony. Bring the hosting elder tobacco, loose cigarette tobacco will do, but leaf tobacco is better, in a red cloth bundle for the Paranchi Ikayashoishi. 29 Present it in your open left hand and let the elder take it from you. In both science and ceremony, protocols reinforce and perpetuate what is meaningful and right in an activity. 30 Protocol can manifest in small ways. In one of Clear's protocols, for instance, we do not wear earbuds or headphones when we dissect fish, since they are L/land and it's rude to tune out your relations. Sometimes protocol manifests in more notable ways, like redirecting hundreds of thousands of dollars of federal grant monies to indigenous-led research instead of settler-led research on indigenous land. Feminist scholar Helen Longino, unmarked, proposes that we focus on science as practice rather than content, as process rather than product, hence, not on feminist science, but on doing sciences as a feminist. 31 So, too, with anti-colonial science, where we focus on doing science with an orientation to good L/land relations. The thing about protocols is that they are orienting technologies, pointing us towards certain futures that are good and right and true, rather than merely describing a series of actions or processes. The following protocol is excerpted from Clear's lab book. Processing the stomach. 1. Do not wear earbuds to listen to music while processing, as this separates you from the animal, who deserves your full attention and respect. You can play music from a speaker, and singing is particularly welcome. 2. Take a moment to think about the samples and where they came from. 3. Fill in the spreadsheet with the fish code, EXPH 13, NCCED 18, 01, today's date, the location the fish was caught, size, and sex if it is not already filled in. This will require you to look at the sample collection sheets or other documentation. Fill in your name, the date on the contamination control, and how you are feeling. 32 4 Before opening each gut, wash your hands, backwash the sieve, and wipe down the tools, microscope lens and plate, and petri dishes you will use. This will mitigate, not eliminate, microfibers that have settled on tools through atmospheric deposition. 5. Stack the wide grit sieve, if processing big guts, on top of the 5 mm sieve on top of the 0.425 mm sieve in the sink. The top sieve will catch the larger items and make visual inspection of the finer sieves easier. Teaching moment, notice it says finer instead of smaller sieve. In science, it is important to get descriptions of relative quantities correct, so that size is not conflated with mass, mesh size, duration, etc. since they mean different things, have different relations. Even before we touch the fish guts, there are already several moments of orientation in these few moments of protocol. Think about the fish, the land, and your relation to them. You don't have to be kin with the fish, though some of us are, but neither should you be thinking of the fish primarily as a specimen or scientific object. While the protocol asks a lab member to consider the fish or rinse the sieve, the lab member is also expected to think of other ways to respect the fish and reduce contamination to become attuned to these relations and comport themselves accordingly, extending the protocol into new spaces to uphold the spirit of the script. Whatever the scientific or ceremonial paradigm, protocols are enactments of our values and guiding principles, and they instruct us in how to reproduce what is good, whether that good is objectivity, Sci 33, or good L/land relations, whether you're a settler with land relations or an indigenous person with land relations or something else. Sometimes protocols are prescriptive, and sometimes they are about the maintenance of everyday life, but they are always orienting you toward a particular horizon and away from others. They are reproductive technologies, see Chapter 1. Indigenous sciences are different than anti-colonial sciences, but I'm a settler. I can't do back pocket chocolate bar prayers. That's appropriation. Good, I love you. I have been using Indigenous Studies and Science and Technology Studies scholarship from Indigenous writers to talk about a different orientation to science. By doing so, I've somewhat mushed together anti-colonial science and Indigenous science, though they are two different things. Indigenous sciences. Indigenous sciences are done by indigenous peoples, full stop. Native science is a metaphor for a wide range of tribal processes of perceiving, thinking, acting, and coming to know that have evolved through our collective experience with the natural world. 34. Sometimes indigenous sciences use methods, tools, theories, and frameworks developed out of Western and other non-indigenous sciences, like the work of Robin Wall Kimmerer, Potawatomi. 35. Sometimes not. Sometimes they involve settler scientists. Sometimes not. Sometimes it is called traditional knowledge. Sometimes not. These decisions are an expression of indigenous sovereignty over indigenous ways of producing knowledge on indigenous lands, by indigenous peoples. 36. CLEAR does not claim to do indigenous science, not least because most of our members are white settlers. While some of our Inuit, Métis, and First Nations members certainly draw on traditional knowledge or local knowledge and certainly work from their worldviews and even with their families, communities, and homelands, we do not give this to academia. 37. Stacy Ann Langwick, unmarked, writes about a similar refusal within an NGO in Tanzania, where health clinics do not move their medical practices to indigenous science even if practitioners' identities and knowledges might allow them to do so. She writes about how Dawulish, a medical practice, is not a return to, or even a nostalgia for, traditional African healing. It is, however, a refusal to forget in the present that African healing has long addressed humans and their environments together. This is not a nostalgia for tradition but a call for memory, for a remembering that relations between plants, people, and place have not always been as they are, that they were reorganized through colonialism and continue to be stabilized through colonial acts, such as science. 38. This is not how CLEAR works, but it does point to how there are a variety of ways to do anti-colonial science without essentialization or appropriation of indigenous knowledges. Maneuvering knowledge systems. Navigating this line can be tricky. Of course, indigenous lab members solve scientific problems in ways that align with traditional teachings and values. For example, After a clear meeting where we discussed how we might discard fish guts in a good way after we had analyzed them for plastics, people talked with their fishing families. This is Edward Allen's story. I asked my elder about sharing animal guts. After several moments he shared a memory starting in his childhood. It was my memory as well, and undoubtedly the same memory his elder kept. When I was young, I was told to take what remains over to feed the dogs, or the birds in the summer months, and these other ones to another place so that the mice might enjoy them. Some were left to be reclaimed by the waters and all that lived below them, and some to go into the ground. As the memory travels through the generations, the only difference was how much there was to take. There was no such thing as waste. All was consumed by us, the animals we shared the land with, or the land itself. Everything is in movement. Even things that were still were gone by morning. Spreading what remains around ensured that they were shared efficiently, and that no remains were piled to the point of contamination. And while the delicacies found in entrails have been forbidden to me because of PCBs and other things from away, the remains still have purpose in the larger whole. They are part of Sila and keep me, my elder, and my elder's elder buoyant. 39 Edward's conversation with his elder informed one small part of what is now a regular clear practice: we return fish and other animal guts to the water when our part with them is done. We call this gut repatriation, but its protocol is not written in the lab book. Indigenous practices, while they certainly are part of how things happen in clear, are not a shared knowledge system in the lab. As Lore Ellen Witt, unmarked, writes, a knowledge system can be defined in terms of four characteristics: epistemology, a theory of knowledge giving an account of what counts as knowledge and how we know what we know; transmission, dealing with how knowledge is conveyed or acquired, with how it is learned and taught; power, both external, how knowledge communities relate to other knowledge communities, and internal, how members of a given knowledge community relate to one another; and innovation, how what counts as knowledge may be changed or modified. The systemic nature of knowledge is due to the reciprocal influence of these four characteristics upon one another: how we know, how we learn and teach, how we innovate, and how power figures in this are linked. 40 It is not that indigenous sciences constitute one type of thing, and that anti-colonial sciences, Eurocentric or Western sciences, and other sciences constitute entirely different sorts of things. Parts of their different knowledge systems overlap. 41 Yet indigenous sciences have fundamentally different obligations and structures of accountability than other sciences. For instance, Clear is not accountable to Edward's elder, but Edward is, including on the issue of whether and how he shares his elder's knowledge in the lab. I don't get access to Edward's elder to ask whether I can share his story in this book. I ask Edward, who asks his elder. Protocol helps us see our different orientations, different obligations. This is why there is an annoying split in writing out L/land relations in this chapter. Some lab members are engaging in good land relations according to traditional indigenous teachings, instructions, and obligations, and some are engaging in good land relations as environmentalists, ecologists, ecofeminists, and nature lovers. Sometimes those obligations overlap, and sometimes they are at odds. When I think about maneuvering the sometimes overlapping and often aligned but separate relationships and obligations between indigenous sciences and dominant sciences in Clear, aka Caring, I often think of the two-row wampum. The two-row wampum is a governing document made out of shells, wampum, that illustrates how settlers and indigenous groups will coexist on separate but parallel paths heading in the same direction. Of course, the paths are never separate, not in genocide, not in care, and not in anti-colonial nor indigenous sciences. Kim Tallbear, Sisseton Wapatan Oyate, writes about how the difficulties faced by the Native American bioscientists I interviewed cannot be understood within a dichotomy of traditional knowledge versus science. Rather, they can be better understood within a notion of harmony versus the will to know. Almost all travel home periodically, and do not necessarily have trouble reconciling ceremonial practices, or immaterial, spiritual beliefs with the materialist explanations of science. These scientists seem comfortable themselves with having two different knowledge forms at hand to meet their different needs. 42 Here, difference is not the same as mutual exclusion. These maneuverings work both ways. Not only are indigenous scientists working to harmonize knowledge systems, so, too, are settler scientists working with aspects of indigenous protocol. This story is by CLEAR Lab manager Caitlin Hawkins, settler, who participated in her first gut repatriation ceremony 43 when we were done processing samples. While indigenous members of CLEAR can burn sage, lay down tobacco, and raise up prayers during the ceremony in indigenous ways, we also don't expect appropriation of those things. There are other ways to get it right. While touching the guts when returning them to the ocean, we didn't wear gloves out of respect for the animal. I thought at first it would be extremely disgusting, getting blood and guts and some nasty fishy smells all over my hands. Surprisingly though, I didn't mind at all once I started. Don't get me wrong, some of the guts were incredibly messy and extremely smelly, but there was this sort of calm and gratefulness that came over me during the repatriation. I don't recall even smelling the guts, and I know they smelled bad from when I was packing them into coolers earlier in the day. It was just me and the guts and a feeling of peace and gratitude for what the guts had contributed to us. Often while working on guts in the lab, especially when I'm at the lab alone, I'll have a moment where I'll speak to the guts, and the animal that these guts came out of, and do my own kind of appreciation speech for the sacrifice that these animals had made for us, as both a source of food and for science. It felt very fitting that I was then a part of the repatriation, almost as if I were saying my goodbyes to these animals that I had grown intimate with, in a sense, from my work in the lab. To be honest, I was nervous and wasn't sure what to expect before the repatriation. I wasn't sure that I really knew what I was supposed to be doing and how I was supposed to act. Those feelings quickly passed once we began, and I just sort of understood what it was that I was supposed to be doing and how to act. It's hard to describe in words how I felt, but I felt at peace with returning these guts back to the land. I felt like we were doing the right thing by honoring them this way rather than just tossing them in the trash like a man from the wharf had suggested when he first saw us putting the guts in the water. It felt respectful, like it was the right and the best thing that we could do for the animals. It left me with an incredible sense of calm. Once we had finished returning our guts to the land, we took a quick hike up the Sugarloaf Trail so we could get away from some of the hustle and bustle of the wharf and have a quiet moment. While standing on a cliff and looking out over the harbor and the ocean, we saw several humpback whales swimming in the distance. This was the perfect ending to the repatriation, showing us the circle of life and how everything in the ocean is connected. It further added to my feeling of calm and strengthened that we had done the right thing by returning the guts to the land. I am so glad I was able to experience and be a part of the repatriation. One of the things that makes Caitlin Hawkins an extraordinary lab manager for CLEAR is her ability to make space for others, from whatever position they are starting from. In this quote and in many other ways, she exemplifies what Kim Tallbear calls standing with, where knowledge is co-constituted in concert with the acts and claims of those who I inquire among, 44 whether that is other lab members or fishes. Thank you, Caitlin. Anti-colonial sciences. Anti-colonial sciences, even when they run parallel to or overlap with indigenous sciences and practices, make space for settler and other scientists as well as allies in unexpected places. The university's protocol for disposing of animal tissue, like fish guts, is to incinerate them as biohazardous waste. CLEAR had to get permission to deviate from this regulated practice. When I emailed the biosafety group at the university, I was ready to fight. I was requesting something counter to policy, to practice, even to regulation. They emailed back a one-sentence reply that said to go ahead, repatriate those guts. I was so surprised I nearly forgot to think of them as allies. Finding allies in unexpected places. Recognizing the many ways that colonial schools become disloyal to colonialism, 45 And understanding that power is not a monolithic wall to throw your soft body against are all important parts of an anti-colonial science. As is the case for indigenous sciences, there are many different types of anti-colonial sciences, and there are overlaps between anti-colonial sciences and what we call science, S, colonialism, S, resistance, S, and L/land. 46 None are monolithic or stable, but rather changing, moving, patchy, incomplete, plural, and diverse. 47 Often I hear scholars and activists alike talking as if capitalism, or patriarchy or racism, but mostly capitalism, is a solid monolith that we must dash our soft bodies against, to little avail. But that characterization gives capitalism and colonialism more power than they merit by erasing not only their diversity, but also the patchiness, the unevenness, and the failures of those systems to fully reproduce themselves. 48 It erases the other kinds of economies and L/land relations that happen within, alongside, and in spite of capitalism, the university, and colonialism. So let's not. Even within dominant science, there are many anti-colonial sciences: queer science, 49 abolitionist science, 50 Zapatista science, 51 feminist science, 52 anarchist science, 53 slow science, 54 anti-capitalist and communitarian science, 55 and sciences from below, 56 among others. 57 So why not just say we're doing intersectional feminist and queer science, then? First, queer, feminist, and other sciences are not monolithic or stable either. Some expressions of these sciences can be colonial in their entitlement to land. 58 Foregrounding colonialism avoids the implication that queer or feminist orientations and obligations are automatically and simultaneously anti-colonial orientations and obligations. An anti-colonial science does not conflate and collapse different forms of oppression and resistance into one category. 59 This specificity is also why we do not say clear does decolonial science. Eve Tuck, Anangax, and K. Wayne Yang, diasporic settler of color, write, decolonization, which we assert is a distinct project from other civil and human rights-based social justice projects, is far too often subsumed into the directives of these projects talking about social justice, critical methodologies or approaches which decenter settler perspectives, with no regard for how decolonization wants something different than those forms of justice. 60 Unlike anti-colonialism, which can take many forms, decolonization specifically requires the repatriation of indigenous land and life. Decolonization is not a metonym for social justice. 61 Though I also acknowledge that different colonialisms will have different decolonialisms and anti-colonialisms. Does CLEAR do decolonial work? Do we repatriate land and life? Sometimes / perhaps, but I don't think that is for public consumption. By my understanding, most of what CLEAR does is not decolonial. Anti-colonial sciences are characterized by how they do not reproduce settler and colonial entitlement to land and indigenous cultures, concepts, knowledges, and life. 62 They are not about rescuing settler normalcy, about rescuing a settler future. 63 There are a lot of ways to do anti-colonial science. For example, in being a scientist means taking sides. Biologist Mary O'Brien, unmarked, contends, there are infinite questions that you could ask about the universe, but as only one scientist, you must necessarily choose to ask only certain questions. Asking certain questions means not asking other questions, and this decision has implications for society, for the environment, and for the future. The decision to ask any question, therefore, is necessarily a value-laden, social, political decision as well as a scientific decision. 64 While this argument is ideal for teaching people about how values are inherent in the supposedly neutral, objective, and culture-free domain of dominant science, I found O'Brien's work while seeking scientific critiques of assimilative capacity, see Chapter 1. As a professional biologist, she writes against the ubiquity of risk assessment as a dominant scientific framework to describe harm. In so doing, O'Brien implicitly argues against an entitlement to land as a sink for pollution, by diligently preparing and analyzing data for risk assessments. Scientists are participating in the process of assimilative capacity assessments and policy making rather than alternatives assessments. Assimilative capacity assessments ask, how much dioxin is safe in the milk of an infant's mother? How much hazardous waste can be burned without raising the cancer risk to nearby residents by more than 1 in a million, or 1 in 100,000, or perhaps 1 in 10,000? One could ask instead, what alternatives do we have to the industrial use of chlorine, which results in the placement of dioxin in an unborn embryo's tissues? What alternatives are available to reduce toxics use and generation of hazardous wastes and eliminate the making of cement by burning solvents and other toxics? What social and production alternatives do we have to cutting the last of our ancient forests? What is the least habitat we can take away from a species in trouble? I contend that, in general, to ask risk assessment questions rather than alternatives assessment questions is to contribute to the currently dominant, but suicidal, assimilative capacity approach and practices of our society. Many industry associations adopt the assimilative capacity approach, because the questions asked support extractive and polluting activities. 65 O'Brien does not have to talk about land, indigenous peoples, or even justice to practice dominant science with anti-colonial elements. As discussed earlier, to be subject to anti-Indian technologies does not require you to be an indigenous person. 66 Colonialism and its pollution affect a wide range of peoples. So, too, can a wide range of peoples engage with anti-colonial technologies like the ones O'Brien discusses. To be clear, anti-colonial sciences are not just technical tweaks to dominant science. Anti-colonial sciences function more like infrastructures, underlying the ways knowledge-making can install material supports into the world such as buildings, bureaucracies, standards, forms, instruments, funding flows, effective orientations, and power relations. 67 I am proposing anti-colonial sciences as knowledge systems, sometimes arrayed with, sometimes adjacent to, and sometimes explicitly against the knowledge systems of dominant science. Because knowledge systems are based on reciprocal influences of how we know, what we learn and teach, how we change, and how power works, CLEAR does not operate by tweaking protocols, though we do that, too. We don't add a bit of land theory here, and work to be a little less elitist over there. Instead, we aim to transform every moment of every aspect of our research, from how we pay people, to sampling methods, to peer review, into good relations with L/land and against dominant scientific relations with L/land based in separation, universalism, maximum use, unfettered access, standing reserve, and proofs of harm, among other things. Leone Pahama, Maori, reinforces this way of being and doing, linked to research and everyday life. It seems that every day I get a request to meet or talk with organizations about how to do Kaupapa Maori research methodology. Starting point is that you don't do Kaupapa Maori. You live Kaupapa Maori. You live Te Kanga. You live Te Rio. You live as fully Maori as you can. You strive for Rangatiratanga for our people. You seek to transform injustice and colonial oppression in all its forms. You live Aroha, Manakatanga, Kaishiakatanga. You honor Mana, Tapu, Noa. You uplift and affirm Mana Wahine, Mana Tain, Mana Tangata, Mana Achua, Mana Wenua. Then we can start talking about what Kaupapa Maori theory and methodology really looks like. 68. Compromise and obligation. Compromise. Regardless of the specifics of your approach, doing anti-colonial science within a dominant scientific context is simultaneously a commitment to dominant science and a divestment from it, which makes it uniquely compromised. Compromise is not about being caught with your pants down, and it is not a mistake or a failure, it is the condition for activism in a fucked up field. Research and activism, scientific or otherwise, never happen on a blank slate. As a result, We are always caught up in the contradictions, injustices, and structures that already exist, that we have already identified as violent and in need of change. During her activist research in Bhopal, India, after one of the largest industrial chemical disasters in history, STS scholar Kim Fortune, unmarked, reflects. Idealized portraits of advocacy represent a certainty that is resolutely at odds with how environmental problems materialize on the ground, in continuing negotiations over what is real, what is past, and what is to come. Described in ideal terms, the advocate is never seen enmeshed in discrepancies, ambiguities, and paradox. Nor is he seen trying to force-fit the world into available political ideologies. Idioms for ethics without full knowledge remain undeveloped. 69 Compromise means maneuvering the discrepancies, ambiguities, and paradox of doing anti-colonial science in a dominant scientific field, trying to force-fit the world into available political ideologies. Charles Hale, settler, argues that any act of resistance is partly implicated in the very systems of oppression they set out to oppose, 70 inadvertently reproducing parts of the system while challenging or changing others. There is no recourse to purity, where anti-colonial scientific activism and resistance is outside of, free of, or separate from the colonial systems we seek to oppose. In Chapter 1, I mentioned that Clear no longer uses chemicals that require hazardous waste disposal, because hazardous waste disposal assumes access to land as a sink. This restriction includes not using KOH, which in turn limits our ability to study bivalves, crustaceans, and other invertebrates for plastic ingestion since you need KOH to dissolve their shells. But recently, Liz Pyjog, Inuk, my main research partner in Nunachiyavut, said that she wants us to investigate mussels and whelks for plastics because they are key parts of traditional food webs. The compass that allows us to pick through this conflicted terrain is a commitment to good land relations and a commitment against reproducing colonialism. We don't have an answer yet, but we have a way forward. It's a lot of work. In Research is Ceremony, Sean Wilson, Cree, writes, like myself, other indigenous scholars have in the past tried to use the dominant research paradigms. We have tried to adapt dominant system research tools by including our perspective into their views. We have tried to include our cultures, traditional protocols, and practices into the research process through adapting and adopting suitable methods. The problem with that is that we can never really remove the tools from their underlying beliefs. Since these beliefs are not always compatible with our own, we will always face problems in trying to adapt dominant system tools to our use. 71. One response to this incommensurability is to move to indigenous science, with its own knowledge systems. But what if you are rooted in and committed to dominant research paradigms? Zoe Todd's, Métis, work is often about this in-between space, also about fish. Her work, as well as that of many other indigenous scholars in academia, attends to the space between and across the Euro-Western legal ethical paradigms that build and maintain the academy as fort, or colonial outpost, fixing it within imaginaries of land as property and data as financial/intellectual transaction, and b. indigenous legal orders and philosophies which enmesh us in living and ongoing relationships to one another, to land, to the more than human, and which fundamentally challenge the authority of Euro-Western academies which operate within unceded, unsurrendered, and sentient lands and indigenous territories in North America. 72 The question is, and for many of us, always is, how do we do our research in this space between? 73 The answer will play out differently for settlers, and for different kinds of settlers and non-indigenous people that aren't settlers, than for indigenous scientists, and different kinds of indigenous scientists. Obligation. Compromise is what happens when you have obligations to incommensurabilities. Incommensurability means things do not share a common ground for judgment or comparison, that is, projects that simply cannot speak to one another, cannot be aligned or allied. 74 Anti-colonialism within dominant science. Diversity work in a racist institution. 75 Humility in a tenure application. All are impossible bedfellows that are nonetheless crucial to pursue and indeed happen, yet should never be smoothed over or conflated in that pursuit. Tuck and Yang write, An Ethic of Incommensurability. Recognizes what is distinct 76. And what cannot be joined even if allied. In an anti-colonial science, for example, an ethic of incommensurability means relinquishing settler futurity, abandoning the hope that settlers may one day be commensurable to native peoples. 77. At the same time, we argue that the opportunities for solidarity lie in what is incommensurable rather than what is common across these efforts. 78. An ethics of working with and through incommensurable values, futures, and knowledge systems brings these areas into conversation, without papering over the differences, but also without maintaining false dichotomies. 79. I understand a commitment to anti-colonial science as one rooted in incommensurabilities that nevertheless moves forward with, in, and around impossible bedfellows. Rather than erasing or smoothing difference, or claiming that something is incomprehensible because it does not align with what makes sense on my/our/your logics, or reaching resolution or consensus, I understand an ethic of incommensurability as one that digs into difference and maintains that difference while also trying to stay in good relations. Admittedly, an ethic of incommensurability within anti-colonial science is hard to wrap my head around. But only in theory. On the ground, it is easier because my obligations are clear. In the last chapter, I talked about how scale is a way to describe which relationships matter within a given context. Example: gravity and capillary action exist for both elephants and viruses, but gravity matters more to elephants and governs their movements, while capillary action matters more to viruses and governs their movements. For obligation in the anti-colonial science that clear engages in, and I would guess for most forms of obligation, the relationships that matter are not between yourself and the system, but with the collective and systems. Obligations do not exist and are not enacted in atomized and individualized one-on-one relationships but in a diversity of relationships where some relations matter more than others. I'm here because I'm a scientist and I need fish guts, plus I love fishing. I'm the guest of my friend and two men I've just met from Nain, the most northern settled town in Labrador, Canada. It's my first time fishing for Arctic char. I'm excited. But when I look around the boat, there is no fish bonker, that wooden stick you use to bonk the fish over the head. Uh-oh. How do you kill the fish? I throw out my line so I don't catch anyone. The men are catching char after char, throwing them over their shoulders into the fish boxes and casting out again without looking back. The fish suffocate. When my friend catches her first fish, I ask if I can kill it. She nods. I grip the fish between my knees and I cut its throat, sawing and sawing away. My borrowed knife is dull. The skin is unexpectedly thick. Shit, shit, shit. I'm doing a bad job. The char is bleeding and bleeding all over me, but is still alive. I cut deeper and deeper, past its gills. Still alive. Shit. Past its eyeballs. Its head is nearly off. Still alive. I am covered in blood and flies. I throw the char in the fish bucket, where it bleeds out. Shit. The next time my friend catches a fish, I cut deeper and faster. Still not good. She lands a third fish. I feel sick. I am going to have to keep sawing away like a shitty idiot. The boat driver interrupts his casting to pick the fish out of my hands by its tail and whack its head against the side of the boat. Dead. Thank God. I start catching fish and whacking them. Though only mine and my friends'. Turns out you don't slit a char's throat. You have to whack char. I really need to add that to the lab protocol. 80. The way people in the boat were catching and killing char came from their relations. My strained, evolving methods of killing fish by slitting throats and whacking heads came from my obligations to my father, who taught me to catch and kill fish quickly, to my elder, who taught me about good relations in general, including keeping a sharp knife, to my friend on the boat, who invited me to her home in Nain, to the men on the boat, who invited me onto the boat, and to the fish, who died. I killed my and my friend's fish, but not the man's. That was not my place. One of the men, who was accountable to his guest, showed me how to bonk the fish. The men had other obligations, too, that made them throw the char in the box as fast as they could. They had to fill freezers, theirs and other people's, in a place with acute food insecurity. Perhaps. I was a guest, so this is speculation and none of my business. The point is, different relations make different obligations, which engender different methods. This is not relativism, but a deep specificity based in place and in the relations to which we are accountable. Community peer review. The first time I found plastic in a cod, I was thrilled. I remember seeing the small white plastic on my blue-gloved finger, the elation of finally finding a fragment of plastic after looking through nearly 100 stinky cod guts. Then I suddenly realized what I had done. I had found plastics in cod. In Newfoundland. Shit. Since the 16th century, when colonial fisheries began in earnest on the island of Newfoundland, cod have shaped the socio-economic structure of the colony and then the province, the colonial geography of where people live, and settlers' ability to sustain themselves. 81 In the 1970s, the world's best funded, most prestigious, scientific fisheries management system 82 managed the wild cod populations, a necessity as the province started to prioritize industrial-scale fishing. Spoiler, a change in scale from sustenance to industrial fishing is a change in relations that matter. The government scientists missed this. On July 2, 1992, the settler government declared the cod fishery had collapsed and called a moratorium on cod fishing. An estimated 9,000 to 10,000 fish harvesters and somewhere between 10,000 and 12,400 fish plant workers lost their income in a province of 580,109 people. 83 The cod moratorium criminalized sustenance fishing, which was central to ways of life and living in the province. When I walked into my first rural, here, Outport, restaurant in 2014, the only thing hanging on the wall was the newspaper article announcing the 1992 cod moratorium. When we talk about the moratorium in undergraduate classrooms, students who weren't even born in 1992 talk about it as if it's fresh in their memories. When I teach statistics and we're using temporal zones for analysis, students say 1992 is the sharpest temporal marker for any analysis of the island, no matter what we are analyzing. I don't think I've ever taught a student from the island whose family wasn't directly affected by the cod collapse. Cod matters here, and fisheries science killed cod. And I just found pollution in a cod, as a scientist. I remember staring at the little plastic fragment on my finger and thinking, how am I going to handle this? What are my obligations? How do I not cause harm? Then I thought, how would I know? I have to ask Newfoundlanders. Clear's community peer review process was born in that moment. If colonialism is a mode of domination where settlers and colonial forces have access to land for their goals, including the conduct of environmental research, then community peer review is a way to cock-block that entitlement. 84 Like traditional academic peer review, community peer review is a way to adjudicate and distribute knowledge that enacts the values of community self-evaluation, ethical procedure, and reliability of results. It is a way to meet obligation, with others, in context. But Clear's protocol for community peer review outlines a markedly different view of peers, ethical distribution, quality, and reliability than that of the Academy. Yet the procedure of community peer review is quite similar to academic peer review. Researchers share work with a community of peers, in this case, local fish harvesters and community members, discuss what they did, why they did it, and what they found, and the reviewers give input to make the work better and either deny or support its publication. 85 For Clear, community peer review is about obligations to land, including fish harvesters, local ways of knowing, events of the cod moratorium, and more. The colonial assumption of many research practices is that researchers have a right to access land for data acquisition. But researchers are not entitled to conduct research on someone else's land, whether it falls under private title or collective land claims or is part of homelands. Land is always part of a community, whether there are humans present or not. Feminist geographer Doreen Massey, Unmarked, has critiqued a persistent identification of place with community. What gives a place its specificity is not some long internalized history but the fact that it is constructed out of a particular constellation of social relations, meeting and weaving together at a particular locus. 86 We can extend this concept of community to include people who aren't human, materials, landscapes, events, obligations, and other types of relations. One of the first steps in CLEAR's protocol for doing community peer review is to do your homework to understand the wider historical and political context of the community. 87 While this can be met in part by reading texts by Newfoundlanders about Newfoundland, reading local newspapers and fishermen's unions' annual reports, it is more important to hire local graduate students and field technicians from the community to be part of the process. 88 Obligations to land and community without locals are weird and unlikely, even impossible. For CLEAR, homework has helped us determine whether and which fish are part of the community. 89 As well as the legacies of fisheries science and food sovereignty that characterize CLEAR's research contexts and obligations. It also must precede any act of outreach to speak with community members, since having locals on the research team gets rid of the creepy out-in outreach. 90 As it starts to blur, but never gets rid of, the lines between the research community and the fishing community, and brings in more robust forms of accountability. CLEAR's community peer review protocol does a variety of work, such as creating a way to recognize more forms of harm and violence beyond those usually thought about by science professionals or captured in scientific research designs. See Chapter 2, Making Space for Narratives About Fish, Food, and Pollution Beyond Deficit Models and Damage Narratives. 91 Making Space for Guidance, Analysis, and Collaboration from Experts Outside of Academia, and, perhaps most importantly for anti-colonial science, setting the stage so that communities can refuse our research. The term refusal in a research context refers to ethical and methodological considerations about how and whether findings should be shared with and within academia at all, as researchers often encounter information that might be intensely personal, fundamentally contextual, sacred, intended only for certain people, or needs to be earned. 92 Offering refusal is part of ensuring research is accountable to its relations. In refusal, rather than the terms of accommodation being determined by and in the interests of the hegemonic more powerful partner in the relationship. 93 Such as academics, fish harvesters, and villagers set the terms of how and whether research that impacts their communities should occur, be conducted, and circulate. Practicing refusal keeps community knowledge from being a resource. As such, refusal is affirmation and repair more than denial, though it's certainly that, too. Refusal is not just a no, but a redirection to ideas otherwise unacknowledged or unquestioned. 94 It can highlight and address the strained relationships between academics and communities. 95 Realign research values to local needs, benefits, and protocols, and, of course, bring attention to how the right to research is a colonial concept. 96 We've been refused before. When CLEAR was conducting community peer review in a small fishing village, someone in attendance asked if we worked with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, DFO, the federal arm tasked with regulating fisheries. It also happens to be the source of the fisheries science that led to the 1992 cod collapse. It was clear that if we worked with DFO, we were not welcome. This example is one of the rare explicit refusals we have encountered in community peer review. For the most part, people are good hosts. They ask us how we are doing and how our families are. They smile and say welcome. It can be easy to confuse good hosting for consent. One of the crucial aspects of community peer review is that, like consensual sex, Refusal can be indicated by something other than a clear no. We have watched our colleagues' informants welcome them into their communities, feed them, give them places to stay, and then refuse at every other stage of the research by not showing up to interviews, coming late, saying questions or tasks are too complex, saying they don't know the answer to obvious questions, or telling researchers they should talk to so-and-so, who is unavailable because they are on the land for the next 3 months, the local sellout, or dead. 97. It can be hard to see your obligations, especially when they are counter to your desires. But there are ways to help, with the collective, in context. Part of CLEAR's community peer review protocol is to have several note-takers write observational notes during community review meetings, with consent, writing what attendees did, what they said, how many there were, where they sat, what body language they displayed and if/when this changed, among other observations. These are our clues and cues to refusal. Then we read those cues and clues. Analysis is tricky. During an academic presentation, it's considered quite rude for someone to answer their cell phone. But in some of the small villages we've been in, it's normal. What if a community member says the work sounds important, and we should go do it in a neighboring village? Is that an invitation to leave, or to extend the research? What if no fish harvesters show up? Is it because you are being refused, or that you didn't do your homework properly and there's a hockey game on that evening? That's happened. If you bring fancy tea biscuits to the meeting and no one eats them, are you being refused, or do local tastes run more toward Tim Hortons donuts? That's happened. The answer is, if you are not from that place, you don't know. This is why it is crucial to community peer review to hire local people as full researchers on your team, from the start and with a place in decision making and analysis. 98. There is no other way to do this method. No amount of reading, asking around, or observing will tell you. This lab story is from Saskatchewanite CLEAR member Alex Zahara, settler. I was sitting in the back of a truck, surrounded by lab members as we returned to St. John's after our lab's first official public meeting. The meeting was held nearly 20 minutes away in a nearby fishing community, and as a PhD student at Memorial for just under 3 weeks, the late January evening was one of my first times out of town to visit rural Newfoundland. As the city lights grew bigger, I remember noticing how the snow contrasted so differently against the scattered gray of frozen ponds and the bluish-black ocean waves, which I could see whenever we drove up a hill. Like many of the other CLEAR lab members, I'm a come from away, the local term used to describe non-Newfoundlanders, and the landscape was so different from the Canadian prairies that I was used to. Lab members explained to me that the public meeting was meant as a way of being accountable to the communities involved in our cod fish study. In practice, I observed that this meant taking on different roles. Max, the lead of the study, presented our findings and responded to most of the audience feedback. Charlie and Emily, who participated in data collection and analysis, stood near displays of sample plastics, and still others, such as myself, handed out surveys, took notes about demographics, recorded audience questions, mood, and responses. As a new lab member, writing notes at the meeting was important for learning about our audience. Were they anti-plastic activists or local fishers, maybe overlap between the two, and to better understand their concerns. As we sat together in the truck, we debriefed on what we learned through our respective tasks. Being a science lab, perhaps it wasn't surprising that many of our initial observations were quantitative. There were more women than men attending the meeting. Surely this was a feminist observation? 99, and the group was a near equal mix of both older and younger people. But as we continued driving along, we began pointing out more subtle happenings. Did you also notice that nobody sat in the front row? How about that people's arms were crossed? Did anyone else write down that people were really quiet at the beginning? These moments, however, often contrasted with what people said to us directly. People indicated support of our research findings, and also gave us suggestions for future research. As we approached campus, We quickly brainstormed reasons for this disconnect. And looking back, I think my top of the brain suggestions weren't totally helpful. Maybe Newfoundlanders are just shy. Do they not typically like marine scientists, though not knowing the place? Perhaps this was to be expected. At the time of this writing, our paper on how we conduct community peer review has been rejected by an open-source science journal that has a special section on peer review. The stated reason is that the method is not universally replaceable. We're glad they understood the method. Peer review will always change based on the communities of peers doing the reviewing. The rejection itself is the proof. On the bright side, several of CLEAR's scientific papers have passed both community and academic peer review and have been published. When I give presentations on community peer review, people often ask what would happen if publication were refused. The short answer is, we would follow the instructions of the community. We wouldn't publish. Perhaps the community thinks the knowledge is more properly held by the local fishermen's union than by a scholarly publication. Then that's where we put it. Research does not have to be published to be valid. This also means that community-situated research is risky for graduate students whose thesis might be refused. This method underlines how community-based research is not inherently lovely. It requires ethics that can cause loss, rather than only gain, for researchers. It must be so, otherwise it's a resource relation. So far, all of CLEAR's findings that have been approved and improved through community peer review have also been approved for publication, though if they weren't, would I be able to tell you? We've had parts refused, been directed to new and different research questions, been told some of our analyses are wrong, and one group asked us to tell you, Atlantic cod tested from the island of Newfoundland have a lower plastic ingestion rate than cod tested in Norway. 100 All of these insights and requests have been honored. Place-based sciences. Community peer review is place-based, where the relationship between an object and where it belongs is not simply fortuitous, or a matter of causal forces, but it is rather intrinsic or internal, a matter of what that thing actually is. 101 Place-based science is not unique to CLEAR. Historian Geert Simpson, unmarked, has written about a broader international movement where the current emphasis on local contexts is not only opposed to a European picture, but also to the long-standing notion of science as inherently universal. In fact, the localist perspective has developed precisely as a reaction against such universalism, the idea that science is independent of the place where it is practiced, because of the universality of its knowledge or method, and that scientific practitioners are automatically united in a single global pursuit. 102 An argument for the emplacement of knowledge, including scientific knowledge, has long been made in feminist science studies. One version of this argument is that it is impossible to distinguish an object of study from such tools of observation as microscopes and sensors that collect some data and not others. 103 The standpoint one is observing from, including one's own body, social location, history, and training, among other situating and emplacing factors, also shapes what one sees. 104 These insights about the emplacement of knowledge extend to obligation. If we make the things we observe, then, as Angela Willey, unmarked, asserts, we become responsible not only for the knowledge we seek but for what exists. 105 This is not to say that place-based knowledge is inherently good. Indeed, colonialism is also a place-based practice. This is to say that place engenders a specific type of relationship with its own set of compromises and obligations that do not assume that universal laws govern land relations. Judgmental sampling. Some science speak, to count scientifically, you first must organize the world 106 so you can be sure that your count represents the thing you are trying to study. Sampling is one way to do this. Since you usually can't count every single instance of what your study is gathering knowledge about, a sample is a subset of your population 107 of interest. A statistically good sample-population relationship allows you to generalize from your sample to the population. It allows your count to be of the world, writ small. You can never know if your sample is truly representative of the larger population or phenomenon, but sampling methods exist to make this as likely as possible. One popular sampling method is probability sampling. Probability sampling means that there is a known chance, probability, that each individual instance of the thing you are counting could be selected from the wider population of things. It is the gold standard of reducing count bias and ensuring that your count is counting the thing it says it's counting. 108 Clear does not use probability sampling. Instead, we use judgmental sampling, where researchers actively choose what to include in a count. Our samples are biased, in the statistical sense of the term, by design. They emanate from a particular standpoint, usually called expertise in the statistical literature. Judgmental sampling is quite common in pollution science. If someone thinks their oil tank is leaking, they don't grid off their entire yard and randomly select some grid points to sample. This approach might miss the tank entirely but would represent the lawn overall quite well. Instead, they sample around the tank, and often only around the tank. In quantitative research design, that is considered a biased sample. And that's fine in science, so long as everyone knows that's how the count is organized. 109. When we conduct plastic ingestion studies to see whether and to what degree a population of animals ingests plastics, Clear uses judgmental sampling by collecting the gastrointestinal tracts, guts, for short, of animals that are caught for food by humans. Our work does not generalize, or seek to generalize, to animals, but only to the wild food portion 110 of the Newfoundland and Labrador human food web. People here don't eat sperm whales, so Clear knows nothing about sperm whales. We know a lot about cod, though. A study design using probabilistic sampling to investigate plastic ingestion rates in fishes would trawl, dragnet, fish in a region using a random pattern. That study would be counting plastics in fishes 111 in the area. But we stand on wharfs where fish harvesters land their catch and ask for fish guts. Hello. I'm a scientist at Memorial University. We're looking for plastics in fish. May I have your carcass when you're done, please? 112 Because of this protocol, we only sample fish that are likely to be caught by lines and jigs. 113 This means we do not have certain types of fish in our samples, including those that are offshore, smart fish that got away once and no longer fall for lures, fish that have already eaten their dinners, or grandmother fish that tend to be wise and hang out at the bottom of the ocean. 114 We tend to sample the nearby, naive, young, hungry fish that local people eat. We sample freezers, not oceans. Thus, we study food, not fishes. Sampling for sovereignty. We use judgmental sampling because our counts generalize to human food webs. We can thus say things about food sovereignty, even though we can say little about oceans in general. While there is high food insecurity in the province, particularly in parts of Labrador, 115 Our anti-colonial focus is on food sovereignty, land relations, in addition to food security, access to wild food. While food security is about access to healthy food, food sovereignty is a broader concept about the right of peoples to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and their right to define their own food and agriculture systems. 116 Food sovereignty, more than food security, is part of reproductive justice, which includes how environmental contamination impacts the reproduction of cultural knowledge. At Akwesasne in southern Ontario, community members report a loss of language and culture around subsistence activities like fishing, which have been largely abandoned because of fears of exposure to contaminants. The generational reproduction of culturally informed interpersonal relationships has been affected as much as physical reproduction. For many Indigenous communities, to reproduce culturally informed citizens requires a clean environment. 117 So, too, in Newfoundland and Labrador. Reproductive justice highlights the uneven relations and infrastructures that shape what forms of life are supported to persist, thrive, and alter, and what forms of life are destroyed, injured, and constrained. 118 in this case through traditional food and its contamination. Clear sampling protocol makes traditional and culturally salient food, rather than strictly fishes, legible as a sink. We ensure the phrase for human consumption appears in the titles and keywords of our scientific publications, as well as the name of the place fish were caught. 119 These food webs are not out there in the field, external to either laboratory or daily life. They are our food webs. Some lab members are from Nunatsiavut and Nunatakavut, some are daughters of fish harvesters, and most of us eat local fish, if we eat fish. The lab has a rule about samples, they must be eaten. We do not catch fish for science. We use fish caught for food, and we do science on the leftovers. An anti-colonial pollution science 151. Universalism versus generalization. Place doesn't always travel. Place-based protocols do not lend themselves to the universal view of dominant science. Clear sampling protocol doesn't always work elsewhere. For instance, on the island of Newfoundland we need fish harvesters to gut their catches on the wharf so that we can collect the hundreds of gastrointestinal tracts we need. In Labrador, my fishing companions tend to gut the fish halfway home on the rocks on the shoreline, throwing the guts to seals. In Nova Scotia, they tend to take their fish home whole and gut them in the kitchen. Offering someone cod britches, ovaries, cheeks, and tongues as a thank you isn't received as a gift everywhere. Our protocols, our methods of knowledge production don't necessarily travel. Elder and Clear Lab advisor Rick Chavala, Kumayahi, says, there are certain, very fundamental, elements about a colonial knowledge pursuit in general, and it certainly applies to science, maybe in a way even more intensely than almost any other field. One is that there is a universality to it. When you discover something scientifically, it applies to anything, anywhere. You can go anywhere in the world and say, yes, this works. This is what truth is. Truth was here in this place, and truth will be the same someplace else. For us, that's so far from our truth, so far from our knowledge as indigenous people. We know that for knowledge you must understand where you are. 120 When I first arrived on the island of Newfoundland, I was trained in universal protocols for conducting shoreline microplastic surveys, designed to ensure that scientists can directly compare their findings to one another. 121 The standardized protocol tells you to scoop sand from the top of your quadrant, a little randomly sampled square on the shoreline. But the shorelines here are all rock and ice and snow. They are unscoopable. It is why the island of Newfoundland is called the Rock. Being good sports, we tried using the universal protocol on our rocky coasts but were unable to procure small microplastics that other literature has demonstrated exists in marine environments. 122 Because they either fall through the cracks or again are swept back to sea without landing. In short, the universal protocol doesn't work on the island of Newfoundland. 123. Generalization. If anti-colonial sciences eschew universalism in favor of place-based methods, where does that leave the ability for knowledge to work outside of the place of its creation? How do we make a non-universal science trustworthy and useful in more than one place? Sometimes it simply does not happen, and that's fine, even good. But usually, even when knowledge is not universal, it is still generalizable. The theory of universalism, where certain principles, concepts, truths, and values are undeniably valid in all times and places, 124 tends to overdetermine what generalizable means. Generalizability is about commonality, shared characteristics, and overlap. Things that generalize can still be place-based and have differences, despite similarities. Tim Choi, Unmarked, writes about two moves scholars typically use to deal with the tension between particularism and universalism. One is to subsume the particular into a master narrative, such as the universal we, as discussed in the introduction. The other is to steadfastly refuse the universal, including the project of trying to tie together things that matter at different scales. Choi writes, both responses, whether universalizing or particularizing, seek solid analytic ground, and both find their ground through resort to a one. This is so whether the one is the unifying one of the all, or the irreducible particular one refusing subsumption into the general. The conceptual one and the empirical one are a conjoined pair, and both suffer vertigo without firm footing. This might help us to imagine a collective condition that is neither particular nor universal, one governed neither by the all nor through the one nation, one government, one code of laws, one national class interest, one frontier, and one customs tariff that Marx envisioned, nor even the one planet of mainstream environmental discourse. Instead, it orients us to the many means, practices, experiences, weather events, and economic relations that co-implicate us at different points as breathers. 125 He argues that there are ways to think about locality, collectives, and scale that do not find their movement through multiple scales and political forms remarkable in the first place. 126 Two ways of evaluating whether research is trustworthy and useful in new contexts that attend to multiple scales, that is, the relationships that matter in context, are provocative generalizability and relational validity. Feminist scholar Michelle Fine's, unmarked, concept of provocative generalizability refers to researchers' attempts to move their findings toward that which is not yet imagined, not yet in practice, not yet in sight. This form of generalizability offers readers an invitation to launch from our findings to what might be, rather than only understanding, or naturalizing, what is. 127 This is an orientation toward an ought rather than an is, a normative orientation. Anti-colonial science is an experimental otherwise. 128 That uses science against scientific values of universalism, separation, domination, and colonization. As such, it is an ideal place for provocative generalizability because it necessitates the creation of new methods and methodologies oriented toward new horizons. It is normative. Getting fish samples from wharfs rather than the ocean and eating our samples allows us not only to talk about food sovereignty, but also to enact it, and thereby allow other researchers to think about how they might also enact food sovereignty, even when our protocols don't exactly work in their place. Publishing papers about how Southern universal protocols do not work in the North is an invitation for Northern-led, 129 place-based methods for shoreline studies that do not require Southern landscapes or scientists. Another type of generalizability proposed by Tuck and Mackenzie is relational validity, which is based on paradigmatic understandings of the relationality of life. 130 They understand research as a mode of accountability to these relations, an accountability that dominant science has failed. Ironically, the human-induced collapse of ecosystems that has been enabled through non-relational understandings of validity is functioning as a form of the earth talking back in ways that may compel the greater uptake of relational understandings and approaches to legitimacy in research and social life. 131 For example, a sample disposal method like CLEARS that returns guts to the land AC. Counts for and extends scientists' and fish's land relations and is more valid as an anti-colonial method than one that treats all animal tissues as biohazardous waste. Another way to think about relational validity is how validity is tied to land relations and whether or not findings take up the land relations that matter in a place. One primary goal of this text has been to center and nuance land relations in intellectual production so readers can use a form of relational validity in their own work. How are your actions and research accountable to land relations, both colonial and anti-colonial? Do your methods, broadly defined, generalize in a way that aligns with the relationalities that are already in play? I quote reviewer 2. The principles of CLEAR are replaceable even if the place-based practices are not. How would scientific practices in the Americas and other colonized regions change if all labs were required to understand what it is to do science in a settler colonial context, to understand that both the practice of science extends from colonialism and feeds into it? 132 And how might those changes feed into anti-colonial research practices, scientific and otherwise? Farewell, good luck, generalize. I end on generalization and relational validity both because I think they are hallmarks of anti-colonial sciences, but also because you have finished this book and perhaps found parts of it delicious. Perhaps it nourished you. Perhaps you have gobbled up parts and stashed others in the freezer for later. Perhaps it was gross and you spit it out. How might readers relate to this text and its ideas, once we leave the shared page? Orientations, which come out of obligations, mean that you are facing in a particular direction with a specific horizon of possible action before you. Orientations are the condition of possibility for some futures and not others. Given the diversity of readers and their places, I do not presume to know which direction to point your feet in, but I do know which popular and available orientations reproduce colonial relations to L/land while also sounding like good ideas in academia. If the start of this text was about defamiliarizing and denaturalizing environmental pollution, then the end is about defamiliarizing and denaturalizing reading to make better compromises. What might a reading and citing practice with an orientation to L/land look like? How do we look out for moves to settler innocence 133 when working across and with indifference, and how does that change if you are a settler, indigenous, black, or something else? How do we account for diverse efforts at mitigating colonization from traditions that are not our own, especially if we're indigenous? Those weren't rhetorical questions. This work will look different in different places, which have different relations. Like colonization, which has shared components and instruments across sites but is uniquely implemented in each setting, decolonization and anti-colonialism requires unique theories and enactments across sites. Thus, colonialism is always historically specific, context-specific, and place-specific. 134 I hope this book is not used as a resource, but I do hope the tactic of foregrounding land relations in scientific disciplines to see how they might be accidentally colonial and the methodologies of Clear's particular anti-colonial science generalize relationally and provocatively to your work and obligations. Though I do not have many things figured out, I hope these thoughts have made space for good relations. Merci to everyone who made this work possible and as strong as it could be, and to those who will build on it. That's your cue.